I will call the October 12, 2009 meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Would the secretary call the roll, please?
Rick Morrison.
Here.
Nancy Pease.
Here.
Jim Frederick.
Here.
Connie Yoshimura. Tony Jones.
Here.
Arthur Isham.
Here.
John Weddleton.
Here.
Bruce Phelps. Stacy Dean.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. The next item of business on our agenda is approval of the minutes for August 3rd, 2009.
Madam Chair, move for approval of the minutes of August 3rd, 2009.
Okay, and second by Mr. Weddleton. Are there any corrections or changes? Hearing none, are there any objections? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Under special orders of business, disclosures, Mr. Isham.
Ms. Pease, do you have anything to disclose this
No.
evening? Mr. Frederick? No. Ms. Yoshimura isn't here. Ms. Jones?
No.
Ms. Dean?
No.
Mr. Morrison? None. Mr. Weddleton?
A couple of small ones. One is just to acknowledge that I did in our earlier deliberations on the Hillside District Plan that I've got long-term involvement with it. And then recently, just running into people, had conversations with a few people on the Hillside about it, and got an email today from Diane Holmes that reiterated some points in earlier public comments.
Okay, thank you. And in regards to the Hillside District Plan, I got a call from Bobby Wells over the weekend and asking how long this thing would run, and then she launched into a discussion on various things about the road boards out in Eagle River, and I said, well, can't hear that particularly. So anyway, because she was comparing the road boards, I guess, against what the Hillside needed. So just be aware that she did talk to me.
Okay. Ms. Pease?
Yes, along those lines, I should, as Mr. Weddleton did, reiterate that I am a resident of the Hillside, as I've stated before, and I also received some comments from Diane Holmes by unsolicited fax, nothing I hadn't seen before, so.
Okay. Have we gotten through everyone? Okay. Just would also close. Some time ago, I had a conversation with Diane. I don't recall if it was through a phone call or when we ran into each other at Best Buy, but it was just general conversation about land use, and there may have been a couple of comments she offered about things on the hillside, but there was nothing specific, and I didn't engage in an active conversation because she's very aware we can't dialogue about it. Anyhow, nothing further, Mr. Isham.
Yeah, and I.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is the consent agenda, which there's just one item. The resolution under D1A, Resolution 2009-041. Motion to approve would be in order, and I see Mr. Frederick is in the queue, and Mr. Weddleton has seconded. Is there any objection to approval of this motion? Hearing none, it is approved. Okay, before we proceed further with our business this evening, I would entertain a motion to reorder our agenda to have case number 5B, which is the fiscal, 6-year fiscal program, to become our first order of business this evening. And then 5A to be our second order of business. This has to do with the capital improvement budget. And then, after those items have been dispensed with, to continue on with our unfinished business, which is the Hillside District Plan matter, of which we'll be doing our deliberation tonight, or continuing it.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and I see Mr. Frederick has already seconded. Is there any objection to that motion? Hearing none, we will proceed with item under other 5B, which the petitioner is the Municipality of Anchorage Finance Department. It's for review and recommendation of the 6-year fiscal program for 2010 to 2015. And could we just have a brief staff presentation on this? Now, is this a public hearing or just a review and comment? I was under the impression it was just a review and comment.
Madam Chair, members of the Commission, it is a review and for comments, and it is the 6-year fiscal plan. We have the Chief Fiscal Officer here this evening who can speak to any particular issues that you have. It's basically information that was presented to the directors last week in the Assembly, and somebody will be taking it up tomorrow night, I believe, and it's the projections and forecasts for this period of time.
Okay. Thank you. Would you state your name for the record for us?
Yes, good evening. My name is Lucinda Mahoney, and I'm the Chief Fiscal Officer for the Municipality of Anchorage. We have presented to you tonight the 6-year fiscal plan, and what the plan does is it provides a documentation of where you see the city going from a fiscal perspective over the next 6 years. What we've done in the plan is we've identified the goals and the strategies for the city in this period of time. We've looked at the economic indicators and worked with AEDC to develop a forecast of where we see those indicators into the future. We've taken a review and an analytical approach in terms of looking at our historical fiscal trends, and then based on that information, we've developed a long-range fiscal plan. In this particular scenario, in this particular plan, we developed 2 separate scenarios. One is a scenario where we continue operating the city on an as-is basis, meaning we make no adjustment downward to the cost of operating government. What that will show, if you see in the plan, that we become an unbalanced fiscal situation, which cries the need to reduce our cost structure. It basically identifies that it's unsustainable. We also identified then a scenario where we're calling it the Take Action Now plan. And in this plan, we are proposing through efficiencies and various cost reductions to reduce the cost of government such that we are imbalanced and that we can present a balanced budget to you here for the next 6 years.
Are there questions from commissioners? If so, if you will indicate so in the queue. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I guess first a question on process. So we had a brief presentation. Would we provide comments on this at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. I have a couple of points here. That one is on the graph on page 7 that shows the historical trends. Mm-hmm. And that, I think, to get a clear understanding of what's gone on there, could use a few footnotes. And I know you want to be brief on this and not write a book, but a couple things that went on that were extraordinary events. And one thing in that period of time is we built the convention center and have a sales and bed tax to pay for it, and I would assume that would be in there. So that's a fairly extraordinary event that would make that increase more than really prior years. And then another thing that happened in the last 6 years is we started adding operations and maintenance as a component to any of the bond issues, and I don't believe that was done generally in prior years. So that increases that more. You're not really comparing the last 6 years with the years prior, aren't totally comparable because of that. Then another thing I'd look for here would be the growth in spending compared to the tax cap. And based on the numbers that are given here, is we have the tax cap can go up based on inflation, which according to these numbers over the last 6 years was 16.6%. Population growth, which is 4.5%, and then also increase based on voter-approved debt service, which was 29%. So based on that, the tax cap would have gone up 50%. And, I think that puts in perspective this 36% growth in spending.
Okay.
So those are just, would help out greater understanding of that figure, I think, if that was in there.
Okay, and I didn't get all of that information, so maybe you and I can chat later and we can record some of that, because I did not have all that. I was not here.
And I think we'll be online audio live.
Yes, our hearings record just like the assembly hearings do.
Oh, great.
You can go back and listen to it.
I can send you the link to that.
Pardon me?
I can email you the link to that.
Okay, great, thank you.
I can give you this when we're done.
Okay.
You can read my writing. So I had one other point, too, if I could.
Okay?
Then it was present here, you have two scenarios. Okay, one was the no action. Okay, but my understanding is the charter doesn't allow deficits. So if we're presenting a 6-year plan, I read that and go, why am I being shown this when it can't happen anyway?
The reason we presented the do-nothing plan is because we wanted everyone to understand that doing nothing really wasn't an option. It was really not sustainable, our current level of spending going into the future. So that's the reason why it was presented here. It was really more as a way to communicate the message.
Okay, well, maybe a comment in here that would make it clear that municipal charter does not allow deficit spending. Is that correct? That's a true statement?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, my comment is related again to page 7 of 14. The expenses do not adjust for inflation. And I know that our inflation has been pretty low for the last 10 years, but I'd be really curious to see what that adjustment would be if you did include it, how much difference it would be. That's my only comment.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions or comments from commissioners on the fiscal program, 6-year fiscal program? I don't see, Ms. Pease.
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know what sort of feedback is expected of us, and I'm not able to look at the projected proposed Take Action Now scenario and with just a single example give any meaningful comments on the distribution of cost reductions among the personnel, debt, and other, or on the total amount. So I guess I'm feeling I'm being briefed, but I can't offer any constructive feedback. So,
okay. Mr. Morrison?
I just want to make a couple comments on it.
Is your microphone on?
Still in training.
That's okay.
For 5 years, I served on the Budget Advisory Commission under a previous administration, and I understand how difficult the budget can be, and I just like to compliment the administration for this presentation, for the presentation at Chamber today, and also facing some very tough times. And one thing that can be done in the budget is you can have a deficit budget, but make it up through fund balance, and still makes the budget balance, but it takes short-term money out of certain funds to balance the budget, and that's not what the administration is doing. And so I just compliment you on the way you're going forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further, either questions or comments from commissioners? Apparently not, and we appreciate you bringing this forward to us this year. We look forward to seeing it early next year, so we'll have an opportunity to make perhaps some more meaningful comment on it.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on our agenda is under 5A. It's 2009-144, and the petitioner is the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Management and Budget. It is the review and recommendation of the General Government 2010 Proposed Capital Improvement Budget. And there's it looks like also on the title, even though it didn't carry over to the agenda, is the capital improvement program for 2010 to 2015. May we have the staff, some quick staff comments on this, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. Bruce Holmes is here from OMB and Jim Lamson to my right, and then Bruce to 2 seats over. Jim is with Project Management and Engineering, and they'll be taking you through this document.
Okay, thank you. You have the floor. You can speak from either there or the podium, whatever you're most comfortable with.
My name is Bruce Holmes, and in the Office of Management and Budget, I have the responsibility for coordinating the capital budget. I've handed out to all the commission members a couple of handouts, and I draw your attention to the first one with a pie chart on it for the moment. To give you an overview, reminding everyone, of course, that this is a funding document, that is a fiscal document where we're putting together projects that we need money for. But I want to emphasize that it is not like the operating budget that has a guaranteed funding source and has to be balanced. It is merely a funding request, and it is the proposed list of projects that we plan to seek funding for. And with that in mind, the first page there tells you those sources that we expect to seek funding from, and the lion's share of it comes from state grants. And just by looking at the dollars involved, a total of $181 million in 2010, it's clear that that's a large number that may be unreasonable when it comes to availability of funding, but it represents more of the needs that have been identified, and will allow those in the state legislature, for instance, to determine what their priorities are as compared to ours. But these represent our municipal priorities. You also notice that bonds will be proposed to be on the April ballot, and then to a lesser degree there are other funds that don't fall into those two categories that may be funded by intergovernmental charges through mill levies, or internal service funds like the fleet. If you turn to the next page, you'll see a breakdown of the projects by the type of project in the budget. So it's the same $181 million, but this is now telling you the kinds of projects that we are identifying as priorities. And again, not surprisingly, roads and transportation represent the lion's share. Below that, public safety comes in second, and then facility improvements, and then maintenance and operations, parks and recreation, and information technology. The pages that follow will give you details on the dollar amounts and projects that are proposed at this time for the April bond, and then following that, 4 pages of those projects that will be in our legislative program as it's identified now, that $125.9 million. So those represent the fiscal requests that we intend to make. The second handout you received is the projects that I will address that are not roadway projects. And Mr. Lamson is going to address the roadway projects, and you saw what large percentage that those represented of the total. These projects are on this list because they are projects that are more likely to come before this body at some future time because they have some connection with our planning and zoning issues. Most of them are facilities, and you notice by the numbers that are in thousands, some of them are large dollar projects. Some are well under design, others haven't begun. There are also a few park projects in here that are receiving requests for funding here in this document, and they are part of a park master plan that is a subset of the 2020 plan, out of which you'll recognize. They include things like, for instance, the top project, the Abbott Loop Community Park. Further down, you'll see the Chester Creek Complex, and then further down yet, the Muldoon Community Park, and other facilities all the way down to the UNED District multimodal improvements that have a very distinct planning perspective on them that you might be interested in. So this one page is the cover to details about each of those projects, and all of this has been culled from the larger book, but meant to be a bit of a Reader's Digest condensed version for you. They don't include things like equipment, fire trucks, buses, and so on that you would have no probably interest in. But with that, I would like to leave it open for any questions you may have about the capital budget. I'd like to ask you to consider the letter that we hope that you can write supporting the capital budget this year.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners or comments? Mr. Weddleton. Is your microphone on?
Going through, this is your work that you're drawing from. Okay, thanks. Looking at that, there was a row on each of the projects for O&M, but there were only probably two that showed some amount of operations and maintenance. And in the last couple of years with bonds, we would get a row for how much operations and maintenance would increase, and that would go towards the tax cap. Is that policy changing?
Well, it may. I think what you're seeing here is a reduction in the number of bonds we're requesting, and the fact that they aren't like new facilities that then have a significant labor cost to man the facility, as we have had in the past. So this document, and I guess one thing I should make clear is that the funding we request is the funding that we expect to need to spend in the year that we're requesting it. And the significance of that is it is not all the money that we may need for that project. We don't request all of it up front and thus add the entire operating component to it. So often when we get a project close to completion, even if it's a state-funded project, you may see a small bond for that project, and with that, a request of the voters for an O&M component, if one's applicable. Sometimes, for instance, and Jim can speak to this better than I, the efficiencies of a capital project on the street are such that the O&M costs do not go up, but actually make it easier to maintain.
Okay. Looking at a number of these projects that are on the hillside, and then we're looking at the Hillside District Plan later this evening, and if the Hillside District Plan had different prioritizations for some of these road projects in particular, would that impact this plan? How would they be connected?
Well, I think we have to start with the understanding here. Mr. Lampson's available for comments as well. Most of the roadways up there are within LRSAs or they're state-owned. And therefore, the road bonds you see here, which are in the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service area, don't really apply. Where you'll see roadways in that area in this publication are usually in a LRSA or they're a state roadway. Some of them may appear actually in the state section of this book, which is added for information, but would not be a necessary request we would make. It's something that is requested and controlled by the state, usually through the AMAT's federal fund delivery process. But as far as what goes on in the Hillside District Plan and how that would affect the roadways up there, I would have to defer to project management and engineering.
All right, thank you.
Okay, anyone else have a question? Anyone at all? Ms. Pease.
My questions had to do with some of the road projects, and I guess we're going to hear, okay.
As soon as I'm through, I'm going to invite Mr. Lamson up here to speak to the railway projects.
Okay, great. Sounds like Mr. Lamson
Mr. Lamson?
invited to come forward.
So I don't get the option to stay back there.
Now, Mr. Lamson, you get to come up front and center.
Okay.
Well, I'm Jim Lamson. I work at Project Management Engineering. And been with the city 28 years, and this is the 21st CIP I've been involved in. So I can't remember, though, being invited to the Planning and Zoning Commission before, so I'm glad to have a chance to come to answer questions. And most of the comments that I wanted to share with you are things that are in one of the attachments. So I could just highlight those in case you hadn't read them, or I can just go right to questions. What's the preference of the commission?
Probably at this point, I think, questions from commissioners.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yes, as Mr. Weddleton noted, we're doing our final deliberations on the Hillside District Plan this evening, and there are a couple of projects in here that are roadway improvements on the hillside, and it's difficult without knowing where they are. It's difficult to know how they fit into the priorities of residents there, but in looking at the Hillside District Plan infrastructure, some of the members of the commission have identified a general concern about state or municipal projects being funded that are sort of piecemeal projects that then leave a dangling intersection or other feature which spills into the LRSAs. And in looking at one of these projects on the list, I would have that concern, Birch Road, safety improvements, O'Malley Road to Naknek Lane, because that leaves about a block or so to DeArmond Road. So there's a great little shortcut over a very rutted dirt road. And it's that kind of sort of dangling, as I said, dangling end that's of concern in the Hillside District. And how would, how is that going to be addressed?
Well, through the chair, there's a reason that there is a Hillside District Plan in place. It's to relook at the plans that have been in place for years, and particularly the Official Streets and Highways Plan. And on this particular route, as I recall, Birch Road is a collector street down to Naknek Lane, and we did not show anything further than that because that's the end of where it's a collector street. Secondly, in terms of why this project is in there, there's been three main components. One is this is state route from O'Malley to Huffman, and it is one of their priority wet repair projects. Secondly, the LOSA by Whispering Spruce has identified that as a risk, and our traffic folks agree it's a sight distance problem at that intersection. In the southern piece from Huffman South is a local LOSA, and I've been involved in several meetings with them in priorities for their district, and there are road condition, drainage concerns that they want to see addressed on that road. Maybe this was a little more than you were looking for, but is that helpful?
Yes, it does. I wanted to hear that the LRSA had been involved. I guess if they're aware that there's going to kind of be a shortcut opportunity that's not improved there, then they're aware of it.
Okay.
So, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could continue on that.
Okay.
Okay, just real quickly. Over the last 4 or 5 years, Project Management Engineering has made concerted effort to coordinate with the community. Every year, we send out community council questionnaires showing them, these are what we have heard are priorities in your district. What do you think? Which of these are your highest priorities? For the last 4 or 5 years, when we've received responses, we've taken the time to respond individually to each of the community councils to let them know exactly what we're doing with their request. So we've put a lot of effort into working with the community councils if they take the time to respond to the survey.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I just want to comment, appreciate your efforts on that. When I started working with the community council about 8 or 9 years ago, we would fill these out, we wouldn't hear a word back. And then in the last few years that I was involved, we did get comments back on what happened with our suggestions. And I can see in this document where it refers back to community council requests and so on. So it is noticed and appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or for Mr. Lamson? Apparently not.
This is too easy.
Wow.
I'm not complaining though. Thank you.
Okay. Now, before we move forward, I want to ask commissioners if they have any general comments on this document that we would like to include offer for inclusion in our recommendation going forward to the Assembly. Mr. Weddleton?
Not so much comments, but a question, and it probably is irrelevant for this year, but what would our role be in looking at this? That's what I'd...
Mr. Weaver or Mr. Robinson?
Well, Madam Chairman, Mr. Weddleton actually would like the Commission to have a little more of an advanced review of this and to perhaps have more opportunity to make any substantive comments you might have on the packages being proposed, but a little more involvement earlier.
So would we suggest prioritization on projects, recommend that a project be removed or certain projects be added?
Madam Chair, Mr. Weddleton, the projects go through an extensive review with other departments and agencies, and perhaps I could let Mr. Lamson speak to that, but they're prioritized in accordance with the input from the agencies and the community and factoring out scheduling, the bond, the monies available, the projected monies. So it's prioritized by the muni and the staff, and Mr. Lamson's office has been doing that historically. But perhaps the Commission might look at a project and ask, why is this prioritized at number 4 over this other project that's 14? Or you certainly can ask those substantive questions, and there'll be some discourse with that.
Okay, I wouldn't look for that tonight, but maybe one of our work sessions, some discussion, so we know if we look at it, so we're effective and not reiterating the process that went on for 6 months prior to us.
Should you note for the record, Mr. Phelps is here. Okay. Ms. Pease?
Yes, Madam Chair. The capital budget, with its large long-term investments, is one of the major ways that we shape the land use and transportation pattern of Anchorage. And I think we may have a role here in reviewing the budget with regard to implementation of the comprehensive plan and its various elements. And I would hope that we would see the document earlier, but also with some kind of a staff commentary or assessment on whether it is carrying forward or how well it carries forward key elements of the comprehensive plan, particularly the Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan, with regard to elements such as infill and redevelopment, boosting our major employment centers, or neighborhood centers, and providing efficient transportation with a variety of viable modes. It may seem like a tall order, but again, this budget is one of the main ways we implement the comprehensive plan, because the infrastructure determines the land use. So that's what I would hope, that we could begin to analyze it comparing it to the comprehensive plan elements.
And also, just as a reminder, and I am happy we have Mr. Lamson with us this evening, is there is to be a planning commissioner involved when roads are prioritized. That is a requirement in the AMAT's policies. And so for our last quick review, Mr. Phelps had agreed to do that. I don't know if he had continued to agree to do it, but I will always make sure there's a planning commissioner. As long as I'm chair, I will have a planning commissioner appointed to fulfill that role. So every time that requirement kicks in, I expect to be notified so I can make certain there's a planning commissioner to participate, because it's my job to make sure someone is there on task. And it's your jobs to make sure that we know about it and can participate. Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Apparently not. I think our work is done on this, and thank you all for having come and spent your time with us this evening. And do we need to just a minute to switch things around, or shall we just get to it?
I'm ready to roll.
Ready to roll. Okay. It sounds like we're ready to get busy. We are now back on E1, unfinished business. Let me move this out of the way. It is case number 2009-090. This is the Hillside District Plan, continuation of the deliberations. The public hearing has been held and closed, and we are now at the point where we are deliberating. We've had a very active subcommittee of the commission that has worked tirelessly with staff on matters that were set aside for further study, and we have the recommendations before us this evening and are ready to proceed. As the public hearing is closed, there's no further input from the public, except that today we did receive input from the Anchorage School District. And some people may not have seen that if it was distributed by email. Did staff bring hard copies this evening?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's among the handouts that you're receiving right now.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you. Mr. Weddleton, I see that you're in the queue, so I'll acknowledge you. Or was that a leftover?
It wasn't leftover, maybe it's premature, but just looking at the order of what we do here, I would be open to hearing from the school district initially and deal with their comments, which didn't look too complex.
It would probably be more appropriate if we ask questions of them since the hearing is closed.
Okay.
If we have questions from them, we can call them forward. I just want to look at this here.
Madam Chair, if you'd like, I can sort of bring everybody up to speed as well as explain a few of the handouts that you received here this evening.
Okay. Yes, if you could go down in the handouts and explain what was laid on the table today.
Okay. Thank you. As you all recall, we last met on August the 31st. At that time, there were a number of issues that were pulled and not resolved at the commission. Those were the issues that we went through issue by issue with the subcommittee that consisted of Commissioners Pease, Weddleton, and Phelps, as well as a number of staff, in-person meetings, and email exchanges. The issue response, I think it's called the subcommittee issue response that you have, which is the memo associated with the case dated today, October 12th, goes through those issues. And in order to make sense of this, you sort of have to take that issue response along with the previous issue response because they relate to one another as well as to the original document. The blue sheet that we just handed out was my attempt, I decided to share it with you, but was my attempt to try to make sense of those issues, which ones we, after talking about it, we didn't have any additional comments on. Therefore, my conclusion is that we were fine with the original issue response. Or if there were a committee recommendation, the committee recommendation that staff agreed with. The third category that I looked at was a committee recommendation with some changes by staff, but those really representing what I thought were fairly minor changes. And then the fourth group, there were issues in which staff and one or more commissioners had a differing opinion on. So in doing that, I felt like that last group was the one that I would foresee us having the most conversation with. And the other ones maybe would go quickly unless there were other commissioners or that had issues to bring forth or something that I missed in putting together the issue response document. In addition to that blue sheet, you'll also see, I think, a 4-page document with some comments from Commissioner Pease, a new preface, which was a part of the issue response document, but you'll see it in yellow, 3 different highlights on there, which was my attempt to incorporate comments from Commissioner Phelps, a roadmap that I think will help as we discuss individual roads, or there's an issue of which areas have been identified as special study areas to be included on the roadmap, and then finally, the comments from the Anchorage School District. We received the comments from the Anchorage School District today. We had missed sending out the Hillside District Plan to the school district during the agency review. That was an oversight on our part. The comments that they've provided, we feel provide some good background on efforts that the school district and municipality both have undertaken to identify school sites in the past on the hillside, and it has been challenging. In one of the issues of the school district memo, I felt that there was some language that could be incorporated into the document that would clarify the work that has already gone on for school site selection and continue to identify that as development occurs, we need to be especially prepared for school site selection and development, given that the hillside is difficult to reach, especially for school buses. It's difficult to service based on the existing infrastructure, and also expensive and to obtain parcels and hard to service given the spread out nature of the hillside. So I think with that, we apologize for the lateness of that, but I had an opportunity to speak to Mary Carey and Rob Balavey today. And I think with incorporation of some of that language, I think we've realized a way to sort of move forward and recognize future school district planning and hillside planning. So with that, I would echo what Commissioner Weddleton said. If you do have questions of the school district and want to handle those up front, great. Otherwise, I'm sure Mary, as a hillside resident, would love to hang with us for the rest of the evening.
Well, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Robinson, you're in the queue. Are you done now for the moment? Okay. Mr. Weddleton, do you wish to ask questions of the school district at this time?
Well, you know, maybe a little bit, a couple.
Ms. Carey.
is Mary Kay. I'm a project manager with the Anchorage School District in the Facilities Department.
All right, thanks. So looking at this letter that we got that covered the points, when it says no change, that's you're looking at the document recommending there be no change, just providing.
Correct. At this point, it's information for background, additional background that I think in the future that be some coordinated planning efforts.
So until we get to point 3, there's no recommended changes.
Correct.
And so it's only under point 3
Correct.
that there's changes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess, well, that narrows down what I need to read quickly here, I guess.
I'm here. It's primarily, I think it's related to the policy. That's where we saw the major discrepancy and the need for the coordination to strengthen the language there. And also on site selections.
I've been involved with this from day one, and the topic came up frequently, where's the school district?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't recall, we might have had a little input from Mr. Admonson. Is that Ray? Is that his?
From Mr. Ballaway or Mr.
What's Ray?
Ray Amstead.
Amstead. I think
Yes.
he came to one of our meetings. Would you have had, you have very few changes recommended here, and is that good? Or if you had been involved earlier, would there be more substantial changes?
I think that's a difficult question to ask right now because I don't know what the process we would have worked with or been more involved with it. But we did make some initial reconnaissance or sitting in on some of the public meetings since I live close to it. But at this point, the understanding that the focus was more on residential and didn't have any impacts on the school district. So we just chose to open up, and we were reviewing that, and we came across some of the policy issues that we thought might need to be strengthened in order to make sure that we have a coordinated effort in the future. And with the background information to have the realization with projected growth, the need that we need to look for school sites. And then I think the one that was the flag was the one that how the research was probably done. They looked at the current CIP but not the previous ones and did not research the background that was done for school site selections in the past and how problematic they have been with coming up with suitable sites.
That answer your question?
Yeah, at this point, thanks.
Okay. I see Ms. Pease is in the queue. She has a question for you.
Actually, while Ms. Carey is up at the microphone, I wanted to ask whether municipal staff had reviewed what I see as basically 1 deletion and 3 additions to page 233, and whether they have any comments that they could raise while Ms. Carey's up before us.
Commissioner Pease, through the chair, I had an opportunity to review it today, and it seemed to make sense to capture the previous efforts and to sort of notice in the plan and capture in the plan the difficulty that has occurred in locating those sites. And rather than simply saying we will identify those sites as needs arise in the future, we thought we'd add, it made sense to add some of that language that we can say that and we will do that, but it's going to be easier said than done. And so that's what we're trying to capture.
Thank you.
Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, just to make clear then, so on point 3, we would replace that first bullet on page 2-33 with the wording, it says instead replace deleted language, and would it be the start of that paragraph and the bullets?
Yeah, but I will have to defer this to Mr. Robinson because he worked out the specific language with Mr. Bonnevet today.
That's basically right. What we were doing is adding a real basic policy related to schools. So whereas there is currently no policy under that goal, add the policy 4A under the goal.
Okay.
And then under the background associated with that, where it's currently just some general language, replace it with the text that you see below the general language that would be deleted. And then the third change, where it says change wording under implementation, it's simply saying that where we have policies, we also have an implementation, and to add that in there.
Okay, so this discussion, starting with the school district and municipality have identified, going over to the next page, and you have those bullets, those would all be added as part of the background discussion?
When we, if we had had more time, we might have shortened it up a little bit, but I don't see any harm in there of you know, and if anything, we're just being a little more thorough.
Sure. So then at this last, where it says to this list might be added review of new Title 21 requirements, would you want that in there as well?
That's right. I mean, it's acknowledging that there are perhaps some different requirements once the new code is adopted.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any further questions for Ms. Carey? Last call. Apparently not.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Okay. Any further questions of staff regarding any of the other new materials that were placed on the table this evening? If not, I guess we're ready to go get to work. Mr. Weddleton?
Yes, I move that we go into a committee of the whole to review the issue response.
And it's been seconded by Mr. Isham. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we are now in the committee of the whole. Okay, Mr. Isham, I'm sorry, Mr. Weddleton, do you wish to proceed?
Well, it's supposed to begin, since we just had a review of the school district changes, I'd say we should look at these and I accept them or not, and then move on to the memo dated today that goes through the leftover points that the committee went through.
Okay, we can do that. But you
Okay.
go ahead.
So am I making a motion, or just
Well, you're just
recommend it?
asking, stating what you would propose, and then we'll see if there's concurrence.
Okay, well, I propose on the school district's recommended changes, the only one is on their point number 3, and I would include it as recommended here in the letter that they sent us.
Does the staff have any objection to that?
No.
Okay. Is there any objection from commissioners? Hearing none, we have accepted that proposal. Okay, now we can move back to our memorandum that has an E1 at the top. And this is, okay. Starting on page 2, I'll let you, am I starting with the right document?
This is that you want correct?
Yes, E1.
Correct. So do you want me to go through
Yes.
the order? Oh, okay.
Since you were part of the subcommittee,
Okay. Well, I believe this narrows down the issues reasonably well, but they're not all settled here, as
Okay.
indicated in the blue sheet that we got from
Okay.
Mr. Robinson. But I recommend we just go through like we have previously, issue
Okay, then
LED
I'll leave the
and so on.
discussion and people can agree or, well,
Okay.
some of them people have already concurred with, but I need to get the concurrence of because this committee's concurred, but we need to have concurrence of the full commission.
And I would not say that if it necessarily says the committee concurred and some of those changes, there may still be some discussion
Staff
on those.
responses, they concur. Okay, so the first was, the issue was on LU1. The committee's recommendation was, as indicated in the staff issue response document, land use for the HLB parcels is, well, you can read that yourself. And the comment was no change was necessary, was what the committee's recommendation was, and the staff concurred. Does anyone disagree with that statement? I don't hear any.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm still not quite clear of the approach here. Are you going from the blue list and just verifying that?
I'm going from E1. The blue list is just a summary, but I want to see what it says.
Okay, I'll follow on E1 then. Madam Chair, on item
On this guy.
LU1, I did have 2 points.
Okay, you did have 2 points?
Yes, I do.
Things you wanted to change?
Yes.
Okay, I'd better get out the original memo then. I think everybody's going to need to get out their original ordinance because we're probably going to be changing some language. Yes, we're going to need the public hearing draft. So hopefully everybody brought their documents. We're going to be here for a while.
This should go relatively quickly, considering the importance of the issue.
I don't think so. Okay, I've got my August 31st draft. Is that the draft you're working off of, Nancy, the August 31st?
No, I'm working off of E1, dated October 12th, 2009.
Madam Chair, if I could make a suggestion, as you go through these, I recommend you have 3 primary documents in front of you. One would be the plan itself, the public hearing version of the plan. The other would be the issue response with the date of August the 31st. And the other one would be the issue response with the date of October 12th, today's. And I think if you have those 3, there may be some other documents we need to refer back to, but I think that'll get us along.
I've got all of those. Okay. I'm good. All right. What is your proposal for LU1, Ms. Pease?
On the E1 document, on page 3, in the second bullet, the second line says, applications for rezonings in the area should be consistent with the recommendations outlined in the plan. And I propose that should be shall.
Instead of should be?
Should.
I just want a point of order. That's LU6. Are we still on LU1?
Yes, we were.
I'm so sorry.
See how fast we're going?
Okay, Ms. Pease, are you happy with LU1?
Yes, I am.
Okay, moving. Is everybody else happy with LU1? That's a good thing. LU6. Page 3.
Jump right in, Madam Chair. I believe that verb
should be shall. Does anybody object to that being shall? How about staff? I didn't think so. Okay.
And also, the other little point on this one is that on the bullet that starts higher density development, from R6 to either 2 or 3 DUA. If you move to the last line of that bulleted item, it starts out, common open space shall be no less than 30% of the overall property, and I would like to add, and shall meet the quality standards proposed in policy 14L on page 6-34.
Can you say that again?
Where is this, Nancy?
We're on page 3 of the E1 memo. If you go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bullets, the first 2 words are higher density. The last sentence of this bullet references common open space shall be no less than 30% of the overall property, and I propose to add, and shall meet the quality standards proposed in policy 14L on pages 6-34. And for commissioners who are trying to figure out what those are, they're in this E1 memo. I'm trying to flip to them. Maybe Tyler can help me. Oh, they're partly in the original bound document, and then there's some more of them are on page 5.
Is there any objection to adding that language?
Is that on page 6-34?
Yes. 6-34 of our spiral bound. And then we're adding several more if we accept LU 14 on page 5 of the.
Point of clarification here then, that my understanding is the requirements you see here for hillside conservation subdivision assume that this would be codified inside Title 21. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my assumption.
Okay. But it's not certain that these requirements, in fact, will be the final wording inside that title. I think that you might want to think about a statement that says this policy or as may be adopted in the approved conservation subdivision district regulations. Hillside conservation subdivision regulations.
That sounds like a good provision.
Could you repeat that again, Mr. Phelps? Or did you get it, Madam? Our secretary would appreciate it.
Okay, I'm trying to find the page again. Was it? Which one was that? It was 14, what? 34. Okay. Or as may be adopted in the final hillside conservation subdivision regulations.
Did you get that? Okay. Is there any objection to adding that language instead of what Ms. Pease earlier proposed? On that bullet.
If I may, Madam Chair, so it would read, and shall meet the quality standards for hillside conservation subdivisions such as may be adopted in the final hillside subdivision regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Phelps is concurring. Yeah. And is everyone else happy? Okay, next.
Well, I'm happy with that. We're not moving on from this discussion, are we?
No.
Okay.
No, you're in the queue, and you're next. Do you have any more on this issue, Ms. Pease?
I have nothing more on LU6.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
I have a couple of questions on this to clarify what's recommended here. But I'd also, my sense is I'd like to make this a hold issue for when we get out of the committee as a whole. This is one of the very huge issues on the in this plan. And I'd want to make it, I guess, more formally dealt with.
Okay,
If
then
that's,
let's,
I don't know if that works for people, so I don't know if I should hold my comments until that point.
well, I think because it's now 7:30 and we're just getting started, if there's one person that if it's so important, if we need to deal with it more formally, I'll put a circle around it and we're just going to hold it. And it's going to be this one bullet. Or do you want to hold the whole thing, LU6? All of LU6?
I would hold LU6 as a overall issue. My understanding on that is the entire question of the Furrow Creek
Okay.
area, Furrow Creek transition area.
Okay. You don't need to say anything more. We'll just hold that. Moving on. LU7. Does anyone want to address anything with that, or shall we just move on? I don't hear anyone. So we will move on. LU9. Okay, moving on. LU11. Moving on. LU13.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I think this is really minor. I just wanted to ask Mr. Robinson's input on whether it makes a difference if we would use the word substantial or substantive. I looked them both up. They kind of lead to the same place. Substantial, I think, is a little bit clearer, having the meaning of important, essential, ample enough to satisfy needs. But we did use the word substantive previously, so if Mr. Robinson wants to stick with that, that's okay with me. Otherwise, I would say substantial is a little more illustrative.
It's your recommendation, and we would be fine with substantial.
In that case, Madam Chair, I'd like to change the word there on the last bullet under LU 13 from permanent substantive public benefits to permanent substantial public benefits.
Is there any objection to that change? Hearing none. Okay. Mr. Weddleton, you have something on this one?
Right. I think it's just a minor edit. On the line above that, it says either of which, and I believe that should say any of which, because we've got 3 points it refers to.
Well, that's a no-brainer. Okay, so that's an editorial change.
Correct.
We'll just do that. Okay, LU 14, good catch. LU 14, hearing none.
I've got a couple of small points. I guess questions for staff on this too.
Okay.
I guess it'd be Mr. Robinson on. In your staff note here, it says the following is additional content to be incorporated. And I think in general that's the plan here, is the changes that here would be additional. But on the first bullet, the change is the minimum threshold of a tract for conservation subdivision. It says 10 acres, whereas prior to this it was at 20. So that's not additional content, it's a change. Correct?
That's correct. There's both additional content and changes that would then need to be incorporated into that policy 14L.
Okay, and then on the third circled bullet, not the dot, on the second to last line, would you be comfortable removing, it says some limited form of public access, and it seems more clear to me to just say or public access.
I think the intent that we were going for is that in those instances, there may be a public benefit other than public access, but that you could also have public access to determine what that benefit would be. And I think with that in mind, I think your language still supports that policy, so we'd be fine with that.
Okay.
So what is your proposal?
Delete the word "some limited form of." So it would read, "or public access, such as a neighborhood trail link."
Is there any objection to that deletion? Hearing none, those words will be deleted. Okay?
Then on the second to last bullet, and again, this is a change and not additional content, but the bonus lots would be 5 to 20%. Prior to this, it was at 15%. So that's a significant change. I just want to be clear on that. And then this ties into when we were covering Chapter 14 last week, talking about how rounding would be done with math. And I'm afraid in some small instances, you might get a rounding that would make 0.6 more units. And in that Chapter 14, we said if it's below 1, then it becomes 0, I believe, or was it 1? I just want to make sure, check your math here and make sure it'll be in sync with our definition in Chapter 14.
It becomes 1.
Did it become 1? Is that what we decided? So we're probably safe.
And through the chair, I think we decided if it was 0 to 0.5, didn't we decide it would become 1 also? Because normally 0.6 would round up to 1.
I think if it was anything above 0, it became 1.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
And if I may, Madam Chair, just to clarify, this would be a policy that, once adopted, would require an additional ordinance to follow up. So it's not trying to work through all of those details, but that's why it's proposing the range there rather than a specific number.
Okay. All right. Anything else on LU 14? Moving on. LU 15. LU 16. LU.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm just looking at my notes. Yes. There are several parts to LU 16, though.
Well, there's an A. Yeah, there's. I'm just at. Okay, LU 16.
Mine isn't. It's way down.
Okay, I'll go through each one of these.
Yep.
LU 16A, 16B.
Maybe an edit. Oh, no, I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay, 16C.
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to pull that one and vote on it.
Just pull 16C?
Yes.
Okay. We will pull 16C. Hold. All right, 16D. And 16E. F. G.
I have a comment on F, actually.
Okay.
What I would like to see on this, generally it's fine, but the staff recommends no change, but I believe the discussion here, where it begins with the acquisition of green belts through the end of that italicized section, it would be good. I'd like to see that made as the first full paragraph on page 2-35. I think it provides information that is helpful.
Hmm.
Is that right?
Okay, Ms. Pease?
Yes, were we on 16F?
Yes.
16F.
Yeah, I did want to pull that one to vote on it.
Okay, we'll pull it. 16G. 16H. 16I.
Madam Chair, I did want to vote on 16H, sorry.
You want to vote on 16H, okay?
On 16H, yes.
Oh.
13.
16I.
Yes, I'd like to vote on that.
Did you say something about 13?
Oh, did someone say what page or?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay. No. Okay. All right, 16J.
Madam Chair, this one is very similar to 16F, so yes, I had marked it to pull. They really should be discussed together.
Okay, LU 17. LU 19. LU 20. LU 22. LU 27. LU 29. D1. D2.
Actually, on D1, D1 refers to the issues, the preface that is at the very end of this packet.
Yes.
So I don't know if it's a hold or not. Just postpone it until we get to the preface. There's a couple other issues that tie into that as well, I think, D1, and is that right?
I think so.
I don't necessarily want to hold it. I think we'll get to the preface and
It
discuss
says
it.
the proposed preface attachment A.
And we could do that now, but I think there's a couple other issues that also refer to that.
Well, let's maybe keep going. It doesn't seem like there's
Commissioner
anything
Peete has a
there.
comment.
Well, I was just going to say, if you don't want to pull them individually, I'd be willing to just say we can discuss the preface
Right now?
as a separate, no, when we get to the
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with
back of the
that.
document.
Okay, so move on from this, check it off the list, but we'll hit the preface separately.
Right.
That's good.
D2. D5. D8. D14.
Madam Chair, I had one small change on this.
On D14?
Yes.
Okay.
On D14, the last little hyphenated item, which begins page 6-8, the change to the text is right now to read, establish a new hillside drainage management entity to manage and finance roads, comma, drainage, comma. I would like to insert green infrastructure.
Is there any objection?
Is that built green infrastructure to be consistent with what's described in the plan? I don't think we actually define green infrastructure in the document.
Yes, built-green infrastructure.
So I have a question here. It seems like, recommendations for a hillside drainage management entity, and then there's a listing, and it includes trails. And I'm wondering if we want to limit, if we want to describe this as a hillside drainage management entity, or simply say hillside management entity. So it seems like we're dealing with other issues than just drainage.
Yes, I think that's an accurate statement.
So
And
drop
therefore,
drainage.
Madam Chair, this one really is the same word question as LU 16-I. So if we make the change, which I've pulled to vote on.
Well, maybe we should pull this one too.
Okay, and then I'll just make a note that when we discuss 16I, it's the same word change as D14.
Okay, so we're pulling D14. Okay, moving along. D15, D17A, D17B.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
Shall we pull it?
Yeah.
All right. D18.
Yes, I'd like to pull that one for discussion and voting.
D20. D22.
I would
Who's speaking?
hold that, Weddleton.
Okay. All right. R1, Part A.
I want to get a clarification on that.
So pull it.
Oh, we could have.
I have several parts on that I guess if we're just trying to knock off the easy ones, I'll pull it for discussion.
Okay, well, that's R2. R3A. R3B. R3C.
I'd like to hold that.
R3D.
Let's hold that.
Okay. R3E.
Would like to vote on it, pull it.
R3F. 3G. R4. R7. R8 and R9.
Let's hold those.
R15 and R16.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Pull it to vote on it.
All right. R18. T1. T3.
Yes, I've got a couple issues on that.
Okay, T4.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick clarification to ask of staff on that one.
Okay.
On the Rabbit Creek Greenbelt, the earlier staff recommendation had been to, or one of the earlier staff recommendations had been to remove all of the Rabbit Creek Greenbelt Trail from Buffalo all the way west to Potter Marsh. And it looks to me now as if this staff recommendation is take out the section from Buffalo west to Elmore, and therefore that would mean retaining the segment from Elmore down to Potter Marsh and the Old Seward Highway. And I just wanted to clarify that the last line would then read, removing the trail from Buffalo to Elmore appears to be the prudent decision.
That's correct.
Okay, that was the clarification I was looking for, and I'm fine with it.
Would that be a rewording then? You'd insert those words?
Yes, I would, just to make sure the staff response is clear and that this is going to be shown on the map.
Okay, did you get your question answered?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so is everyone okay with T4? Okay. Moving on, T6. T11. T12. T13. T16. T22.
Yes, pull that.
Skip T21.
Oh, I skipped T21. T21B, sorry. W1.
Pull.
W4. W5.
Madam Chair, I have this marked as the same as W1, so I guess one discussion will cover them both.
Okay. What did we do with W1? Did we pull it?
Pull it, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just put that on here to pull. W6. W9. W10 and 11. I1.
Yes, I'd like to discuss, pull and discuss.
Okay. I-3.
What, on I-1, I just have a very slight wording change.
Okay, that's been pulled, so we can do it
Okay.
at that time. I-3. Okay, moving on. I-4. I-5. I-8. I-14. I-18, little I.
A question on that, actually.
Yes.
Mr. Staff, I think the I-18I was the discussion of fee structures for a drainage entity, and this talks about steep slopes.
Right. I think that was one of the things I noted
Right.
on the blue sheet, that there was the way that we handled, we had confused 18N and 18I. So for clarity, I guess I'd like to approve them both one way or the other from the original. I mean, I think we've reversed them, so I'm not sure what we've approved and what we haven't without going back and looking at both of them.
The 18I was, I had requested some more information be added on possible fee structures for the drainage, and I had missed that there is a sidebar in Chapter 6 that discusses that very well. So the issue with 18I is satisfied. And I don't remember what 18N was.
So 18N had to do with steep slopes. So maybe what this needs to be numbered 18N and decide whether that response is adequate for 18N if in fact we've basically now passed 18I.
Well, I guess we better
Or I-18.
pull that one so we can figure it out.
So the one on the new issue response, because it deals with steep slopes, should actually read 18N.
Yeah, I think this is something I brought up too, and it was, this refers to the steep slope standards in the Title 21 rewrite as being good. The Hillside District Plan accepts that, and my point was, well, we don't really know what that is yet because it's not passed. And we did have discussions at the subcommittee level, and I'm comfortable with our, basically the current wording is satisfactory for me. So I would accept no change on I-18N.
So we're just going to leave it alone, but change the number as expressed here in the memo?
Yeah, and just for clarity, when you vote on 18N, I would recommend you just vote on 18I and 18N at the same time, because the minutes were, when we listened to it, it just wasn't clear. But just to have it on the record.
Sorry.
If we're going to vote on 18I and 18N, do we need to pull them up from our previous memo and take a look at them? Did you ask to vote on them?
No, I didn't. I would then, just to keep the record clean then, is just correct this reference to I-18I
To
and
make it
it
an N.
18N, and then I'm comfortable with it, and if others are, then we accept it and move on, and then add to the end of this 18N, 18I, and the same, the issue I brought up in that is actually taken care of. So.
Okay. All right, now we have attachment A that was referred to earlier.
And this is the one that's dated this evening,
This is
right?
the preface. Yes. This is the one that's on the back of the staff memorandum with the E1 at the top of the first page.
And then there's a modified version of that was handed out.
On the table.
Yeah.
With the yellow language that Bruce had offered. Is there any objection to attachment A with the yellow?
I have a small edit I'd like to recommend.
And what would that be?
On the last paragraph, first line, it says the HDP also updates and replaces. And I would just delete updates and, because if it replaces it, it's gone. There's nothing left to update. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Which line is that?
Oh, it's the last paragraph
Top line.
says the HDP also updates and replaces the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan. And I would make it more clear by saying the HDP replaces the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan.
Oh, on the first page.
And actually, I think that I have a change as well, too. If you look at the third bullet, it says, replaces the plan and updates the maximum perimeter of public sewage. So you probably want to say that HDP replaces the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan and updates the maximum perimeter of public sewage.
Okay, where are you at?
Okay, Mr. Bennington was talking about the HDP, and he was suggesting that we down a couple of words. What I am suggesting is it would read, the HDP replaces the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan, comma, and updates the maximum perimeter of public sewage identified initially in the Hillside Wastewater Management Plan. So it tracks with a third bullet at the top.
Okay. Good catch. Does staff have any comment on those proposed changes? Let me get their input first. Okay.
No, I didn't quite capture them. As long as we got them reflected, we're fine.
Okay. Mr. Weaver?
It's fine.
Okay. Ms. Pease?
Madam Chair, on the fifth bullet down, which says updates the hillside portion of the area-wide trails plan map and provides recommendations. I wondered if it should say adopts recommendations. And I say that because when we revised Title 21, I think we tied Chugach State Park access to adopted trails plans. But we can't require Chugach State Park to do anything. No, No, these are recommendations outside of Chugach State Park that we're proposing in this plan. We have some trailheads that are on HRB land that are outside of the park boundary, and we're proposing to, create them as trailheads and then have trails that lead to Chugach State Park. So,
And what were you proposing instead of the word provides?
adopts.
Is there any objection from the group at changing the word provides to adopt? Hearing none? We can do that. Okay, any other changes to the revised attachment A? Hearing none, we have accepted that in the committee of the whole. We'll need to be sure to include that in our motion when we come out of the committee of the whole. Now, is there anything else that was laid on the table that we need to address, Mr. Robinson? Okay, I've got Mr. Morrison. I've got you here in the queue being quiet.
I just had one question.
Okay.
Had one question for staff. When we went through definitions last time and looking through the items we covered today, there's a lot of reference to the conservation subdivisions. Should we have a definition or in definitions what conservation subdivision is? Or did I just miss it?
No, through the chair, Commissioner Morrison, the plan proposes to establish one, but it's not yet been created in code, so it would have to be created in code, and at that time, you would know what it is.
Okay, I guess my only concern is that we're referring to it in this plan over and over and over, and so there may be questions coming from the public as they have to meet certain criteria.
Right, I think through the chair, in as much as it pertains to what needs to be codified, I think there's guidance that there's follow-up required. In as much as the plan tries to describe the concept of conservation subdivision, I think it actually goes farther than we ever could with a simple definition. There's some illustrations and things like that in Chapter 2 that I think carries the concept forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton, did I just forget to take you out of the queue?
I'm out of the queue, thanks.
Okay, and Ms. Pease, I think you're out of the queue.
No, I am in the queue.
What now? We're done.
What I handed out, I had four, I think, non-controversial map questions, or I guess small, minor revisions that I wanted to put on our discussion list. I can go through them and see if they're simple, or we can wait till we're all tired at the end of the other agenda.
You can go ahead now.
Thank you. Looking at what I handed out on the first, in the first instance, I wanted to request that map 4.1 roads in the final Hillside District Plan would use the detailed map similar to the one that we've been given tonight that shows the contours and labels numerous landmark roads such as the connections in Bear Valley. And the reason is that these are referenced in the text. These labels weren't provided on previous maps, so they were hard to use, the previous road map. So just basically to use the detailed map with contours and numerous road labels.
Madam Chair, if I could, we will be doing that, both for roads and trails, the more detailed map.
Great.
Okay, next.
Yes, second, I would like to request that the primary road, shown on map 4.1, on the north side of Upper Potter Valley should be labeled the Stewart Homestead Road, according to current local usage. It's not clearly labeled now. It's been sometimes labeled Steamboat Drive, but that's a separate subdivision road. So we talked about that in committee, and I would just like to make that an official request.
Okay.
Just to clarify, that's the one that loops around the words Potter Creek?
Yes, it's on the north side, though. I think the one on the south side would probably be a continuation of Potter Heights Drive, but the homestead's up at the head of the valley, and so I'm requesting that road, until it has an official platted name, be called the Stewart, with a T on the end, Stewart Homestead Road. And that's what the community council calls it.
Okay, the third.
Next, on map 4.4, which is the trails map, I would like to request a footnote, and this would also appear in the background on trails on page 416, to the effect that this map is not a complete portrayal of pedestrian connections. There are existing pedestrian easements not portrayed on this map that are important to the neighborhood pedestrian connectivity. And that could be shortened, but the purpose of that is this emphasizes primary routes, but I don't want, since it is the newest adopted trails plan, I don't want it to be used as a rationale for the vacating of numerous small easements. For example, there's one in my neighborhood that cuts a mile off of a switchback on Potter Valley Road. It's not used now, but when Potter Valley Road gets a lot more traffic, it will be.
Okay.
Actually, I maybe can add a question on that point for staff. Some of these now, I think we talked about this before, but the pedestrian plan would augment this as well. That's correct? Okay.
Okay, is there any objection by commissioners to any of those enhancements to the maps? Hearing none?
One more.
You have one more.
Well,
I thought I could count.
No, 4. This is 4.
Okay.
I drew this to Mr. Robinson's attention, so maybe he has an answer now. Our land use map has a straight southern boundary on the hillside district plan. Many of our other maps have a quarter section added on, and every map I've looked at shows that quarter section to be Chugach State Parkland. And I think by definition, the hillside district plan is bounded by Chugach State Park, so I'm not sure why many of the maps include that quarter section. And I think we want to take it off, but at any rate, all of our maps should be consistent with regard to that southern boundary.
Mr. Robinson or Mr. Wilbers, do you wish to reply?
I think we'll take the notion that we need to make them consistent. I don't know that I know the answer right now. I think it may have been traded to Chugach State Park, but I'm not 100% clear.
Is that a satisfactory answer to you, Ms. Pease?
Yes, if the understanding is that it's Chugach State Parkland, then the boundary would exclude it.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Weddleton, one more time, and then Mr. Isham.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I spoke.
Okay. Mr. Isham?
Madam Chair, this is something that occurred a while back when we were talking about the impact of changes on the hillside plan and the comprehensive plan, and Mr. Weaver wrote a letter on September 3rd explaining the relationship between the various plans and so forth. And it's obvious that when we implement the hillside plan, it's going to have an impact on a lot of rules and regulations that exist within the municipality. And if we don't, if these other rules and stuff don't get changed to line up with the hillside plan, then certain things aren't going to happen because they will not occur. And if the Assembly approves this thing as it goes forward, I'm almost thinking it almost needs to be like a mass zoning occurrence where if they prove this, then everything else gets approved. And I don't know how the Commission feels about that, but if we don't do it all at once, then it's going to have to be dribbled through one thing at a time. And it just seems to me it makes sense that if we're going to change this thing, it's going to have an impact on a lot of different things. We need to do it all simultaneously.
Well, maybe...
But I don't know if that's...
Yeah, well, maybe after we get out of the committee of the whole and we do some of our other business, we can talk about... Well, we have broad powers with regard to what we implement as far as planning and the guidance we give with regard to planning and how things get implemented. That's part and parcel of our responsibilities as planners. So I concur. But where we're at right now, we need to decide if we have already accepted a lot of things in the committee of the whole, and we need to come out of the committee of the whole and formally adopt what we agreed to. So I'm needing a couple of motions. Mr. Weddleton, did you have something to say before we come out of the committee of the whole?
I just wanted to check on Commissioner Pease's email. I guess it's, we didn't cover this whole email now.
No, we didn't, but all of the other issues are tied to the issue response, and I've pulled them, so it's just the maps that weren't tied. Thank you.
I was confident she would have queried us if we hadn't covered them all.
Just checking.
Just checking. That was good of you. Okay, I'm waiting.
So I
Thank you,
moved,
Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Isham.
I would move to get out of the committee of the whole.
Okay, there's no objection, so we are out of the committee of the whole. Now, the next step would be a motion to accept adoption of all of the remaining items in the issue response statement, with the exception of I'm going to go through and I'm going to read off the ones that were pulled for various reasons. And so did you keep track of them as you usually do, Mr. Vice Chair? And then you can correct me if I've missed any. LU6, LU16C, LU16F.
Oh, sorry.
No, I've got LU16C also.
Yes, I had LU6. All of these I'm going to read now are going to have an LU prefix. 6.
These are holds?
These are holds.
Okay.
6, 16C, 16F, 16H, 16I, 16J, D14, 17B, 18, 22, R1, Part A, R3C, 3D, 3E, R8, R9, R15, R16, T13, T22.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
T3.
T3. And was there no T13?
No.
No, okay. T22, W1, W5, I1. That's it, 23 items that have been pulled to hold. We have also adopted in the committee of the whole an amendment of the preface, or whatever it was called, Amendment A, and the map recommendations offered by Ms. Pease. Now, do you care, we don't even have a motion yet. We need a motion. I was just clarifying what was remaining that would be held and would not be part of a motion.
Well, I'll make a motion. I could almost say so moved with one amendment. If you want me to read through it.
And you did, and Ms. Pease has seconded.
I would add to the list of items that you listed, we also approved the recommendations from the St. Clair School District.
Yes, that's correct. Okay. All right. So, is there any further discussion? Hearing none, and is there any objection? Hearing none, that motion is approved, and we're going to take a short break and then come back and get into the issues that we have on hold. Very short. We're back on the record, and we're still on the 2009 plan. We are apologizing to the whole, and we are in a whole hearing mode. We did take action in the whole, and have dropped the majority of the recommendations Sorry about that. We do have 23 items left that were on hold to discuss and debate. And we will start with the first one, which is LU6, Furrow Creek. I believe that was Mr. Weddleton that pulled that item.
I have a question for staff to clarify what the recommendation is on this. Some wording would be changed in the section on Furrow Creek, and it's not completely clear to me what would, if in this discussion, is this new wording that's inserted into the Furrow Creek section?
Through the chair, Commissioner Weddleton, yes, there is new wording associated with this section.
Could you go through, and there's quite a bit in here, and maybe just highlight where what you would add begins and where it goes?
I'm not sure that I'd be able to tell you specifically where it all goes at this point. Quickly.
Okay, let me turn it around. Let me recommend where it might go, and then look at that. And what I see is, just starting there, it says committee recommendation. Starting with, on the second line there, where it says the change in residential intensity, start a sentence there, and list and continue down through the end of the first bullet on the next page, on page 3, and put that under policy 2D on page 2-26. And that parallels what's in the issue response of August 31, and the key addition to me is using the phrase combination of reasons, just to highlight that it's not any one feature, but it was all of those features together that makes this area treated differently.
I'm sorry, when you recommended the language, where were you actually inserting it?
under policy 2D on page 2-26.
So you're actually recommending that the bullets that are used as just explanatory be incorporated into the text?
Correct.
And that's right under the policy? I mean, the policies are intended to be, I mean, if there's lengthier issues, we'd rather it be in the background than in actual policy. I guess I'm open to your recommendations, but I don't have a specific track changes of this section here tonight. I don't know that we want to, I don't know that I can go down that road. But if you have specific recommendations, I think we'd be fine with incorporating any of this language in the plan.
Well, I would really go in the background section below that. I just think it's important points to highlight why this area was singled out. And important to me is that it's not any one of those reasons, but it's the combination of them all that makes this an area of special interest.
So what you're suggesting is staff goes back when we write this and then rewrite in such a way that's evident that a variety of conditions have caused this to occur?
Correct. Okay. Yeah, this has been changed so substantially from the public hearing draft through the August 31st issue response that it would be hard to say exactly where this would go, but somewhere in the background discussion would be good.
Mr. Weddleton, would you like to make a motion with regard to that item?
I would like to, do I hit the?
Yes,
Okay.
we need to handle each one of these separately.
Okay, I would move to approve issue LU6 regarding Furrow Creek as amended today in this October 12th issue response memorandum, which includes the recommendations in the August 13th issue response.
Okay, and it's been seconded by Mr. Isham. Are there any amendments to the motion? Ms. Pease? I just want to remind you, this is the one where you had previously, I think, proposed some word changes, but those word changes are not intact because we pulled it.
Okay, then I need to request them again. And that would be page 3 of the issue response, the second bulleted item on that page, third line. Substitute the word should for shall so that it reads, rezonings in the area shall be consistent with the recommendations outlined in the plan.
Okay, just stop with that one, and I'm going to check with the maker of the motion to see if he will accept it as a friendly amendment.
I do accept that.
Mr. Isham? Okay, next.
Next one, on that same page of our issues response, the fifth bullet down, add to the last line, and shall meet the quality standards for hillside conservation subdivision regulations, such as may be adopted in the final hillside subdivision regulations.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton, will you accept that?
I do accept that.
Mr. Isham? Okay. Any further discussion on the main motion?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I think it's important to note that there wasn't any substantial, I don't remember public support for the Furrow Creek density increase. There was definitely public opposition from people who prefer the larger lot pattern with its privacy and more rural setting. I drove through the area, and felt that there is a good deal of quality development on larger lots in there. There is some potential for redevelopment and infill. And that is in keeping with the comprehensive plan in an area that's relatively close to public services and a community center. I'm still have mixed feelings about this given the public's expressed opposition. What has swayed me is the careful crafting of a package of requirements, including the requirement that the denser housing would have to be on fairly large tracts, which would enable good buffering, and also the fact that there is a grid system of roads possible on this relatively flat land, so that traffic from the higher density areas can move along established roadways in and out of the area without a whole lot new road extensions or road upgrades. So again, because of the careful crafting of a package of compatibility measures, I'm going to vote in favor of it.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to
Okay.
make some points too. Similar to that, I know this is a very big issue for the hillside, symbolically for the entire hillside, and very much a reality for people who live in this area. But over the course of this plan, it has been whittled down and decreased substantially until it really gets down to the core of what meets a minimum requirement of the Anchorage Comprehensive Plan. They've created a high bar to do higher density development in this area. Not only do you have to assemble, several acres of, quite a few acres of lots and meet the design criteria, the wording also requires public benefits so that it won't be done solely for the benefit of one-time development, but would provide benefits for the people in the area and the hillside as a whole and Anchorage as a whole. As we deal with cases on the Commission, we see throughout Anchorage and in Anchorage 2020 that every area of Anchorage is required to face increases in density as we grow in population. And I'm willing to accept that Hillside has to take some of that pain as well. And because of the reasons that are cited, this area was identified for that. We talked quite a bit in the development of this plan about the number of housing units that could be built on the hillside, and looking at current zoning, there is a capacity to meet the requirements of 2020 without any change in zoning, without the change in this area. But staff has made the case that you can't look at the total zoning because that could be so far in the future it doesn't meet the 20-year goal of the comprehensive plan. So we really do need to make some change in zoning or development routines so that we could realistically meet the goals of 2020, just like other areas of Anchorage will have to meet it. Also, the issue response in the requirements that we approved states that the design standards for this area will be developed working with the community. So we have good requirements now, and more should be developed as we move forward.
Okay. Mr. Isham.
Madam Chair, I'm going to be supporting this, but the big thing I want to do is I want to make sure that we see this rewritten portion one more time because there's a significant amount of changes that are in here that have to be melded together, and I really think we need to relook at the final wording one more time, although I will support the proposed changes here.
Okay. One of the things I want to remind commissioners about this evening, since this plan is a very significant policy document for our community, it's essential that we have adequate findings of fact on the record, especially if we have an expectation that certain information is going to be reflected in our resolution. We cannot reflect anything in our resolution that we do not speak to directly as a part of our motions that are on the table. It doesn't matter if we have spoken amongst ourselves during discussions with staff prior to motions being made, or when we've asked questions of witnesses or others during the public hearing process. We need to make those findings as an active statement on the record after, during our deliberation and debate. So I just want to remind everyone of that. I recently had an instance where I couldn't make a statement in a resolution because the information just wasn't there in the record, even though we thought it may have been. Anyhow, any further discussion? Ms. Pease?
Yes, with that reminder, I would like to say that part of the reason for supporting this change in residential intensity is the combination of reasons that staff has listed. We already mentioned access to major transportation corridors and commercial areas. It also joins higher density residential areas. It's within ARTSA, within the certified water service area, and will be within the maximum sewer perimeter. And in addition, there are a number of lots with sort of institutional type uses, such as churches and a school on holding tanks. And finally, the areas where soils are limited for on-site wastewater systems, and there are large parcels that can be developed with this greater intensity and well buffered to be made compatible with the larger lots surrounding them.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Is there any objection to this amendment? Hearing none, that amendment is approved unanimously. We move on now to LU 16C. That was pulled. And I don't recall who pulled that.
Madam Chair, I believe I pulled it.
Okay.
This is policy 4, and it calls for infrastructure and efficient growth patterns. Staff wanted to keep the list to built facilities, but the whole premise of this goal is retaining land to serve anticipated needs for public facilities. And given that premise, that it's all about retaining land, I would like to add parks and greenbelts to that list. And on page 7 of our issue response, I have a couple other additions to the background, again, listing parks, greenbelts, or other natural conservation areas, and then adding a bullet as spelled out there on page 7 of the issue response. Do you want me to read it for the record, or?
The documents in the record,
Yeah.
I think.
And to speak to this motion, this Hillside District Plan.
Well, we don't have a motion yet.
Sorry.
Okay, Ms. Pease has moved and Mr. Isham has seconded.
Yes, Madam Chair. This Hillside District Plan, from the very beginning, has not managed to include a chapter on parks and greenbelts for a number of reasons, funding reasons, staffing reasons, and so forth. So I think it's our responsibility, given that we know the public feels very strongly about parks and open space and greenbelts on the hillside, and given the direction in our 2020 comp plan that has not been implemented these 9 or so years since 2020 adoption, I think it's incumbent on us to try to give some forward momentum to the development of greenbelt and park and open space system. And I don't understand staff's distinction in wanting to not include parks and greenbelts as part of infrastructure and efficient growth patterns. We have, by definition, in this plan, defined green infrastructure, and that's what this is. Parks and greenbelts are green infrastructure. So I don't think it's radical. It's just trying to put a little more forward momentum by when we look at retaining land, let's also look at parks and greenbelt needs.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
You know, I'd agree with that motion, and I'd also agree with staff that it is a little bit redundant, but it's an important issue, and it does fit under this Goal 4. And I reviewed the survey results that was done for this plan, and that was a survey that was sent out to 9,986 hillside households, residents and property owners in May of 2007. They received 2,157 responses. And there's a lot of support for these things. And the question, do you support new development on hillside, or should new development on hillside provide access to parks and recreation? 78% agreed. Should new development provide parks and open space? 78% agreed. Should new development provide corridors for wildlife? 79%. Should new development provide protection of views? Over 80%. So these are very big issues. It was a very successful survey, and these come out as top issues for residents.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the...
Yeah. I'd like to make a friendly motion. Okay. On the first one...
Friendly amendment?
Yeah, friendly amendment, excuse me.
Okay.
On Goal 4, where it says infrastructure and efficient growth patterns, retain land is through anticipated needs for public facilities, and I would insert in public use areas. So it resolves a problem about a park is not a facility. And then I would suggest to have parallelism between this recommendation and the idea of the other natural resource areas as identified in the following paragraph. So the last part of that sentence would be parks, greenbelts, or other natural resource conservation areas.
Ms. Pease, would you...
The maker accepts that.
Okay, Mr. Isham?
I accept that.
Okay.
I'd also like to suggest that where it says background, one function of the district plan can be identify current and future needs for public facilities, and I would add the same concept, and public use areas.
You concur, Ms. Pease?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Isham?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Anything further? Any further discussion on this amendment? Any objection? Hearing none, that amendment is approved with those changes included. Okay, did you get all of that, Madam Secretary? Okay. Moving on to LU 16F, like Frank.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move to accept the language provided by the committee recommendation, which is on page 12 of our packet.
And that's been seconded by Mr. Isham.
If I may speak?
Yes, you may.
This is a policy under the one of the environmental goals, and I'm looking for it in our, it's on page 2-34, or 2-36 would be where it would go. And again, we have a long adopted Comp 2020 plan which calls for riparian greenbelt acquisition along major streams. This was echoed in the Anchorage Bowl Parks Plan of 2006, and no implementation, no strategizing, no prioritization has happened in all those years. And we all know that parks and recreation are a perennial target for defeated bonds and for staff cuts, which just happened again. This is reality, which I say, disjoint, this is a disjoint factor that we need to try to deal with. We know that greenbelts are extremely popular, and they have multiple values, and they have long-term values for many generations to come, and yet we're not finding ways to support their acquisition on major streams. So we have an invitation in the Comp 2020 plan. It's on page 96 or 97 under the Heritage Land Bank implementation issues. It says district plan shall direct the Heritage Land Bank. Here's a district plan, and I think this is an opportunity to direct the Heritage Land Bank to dive into this land acquisition program. It fits with the HLB's mission of securing an efficient and suitable land base for future generations. And again, the invitation is right there, or I guess I should say the requirement or the call is right there in the Comp 2020 plan. If not this method, we don't have good methods. And again, Parks Department seems to have all four wheels off on this issue. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion, Mr. Phelps?
Yeah, I don't plan to support the motion. I know it's identified as being a committee recommendation, but I wasn't there for that discussion. Essentially what this is doing is requiring that acquisition of greenbelts be a function of the Heritage Land Bank. The Heritage Land Bank land may or may not be appropriate for use in that fashion. But in any event, that's not the function of the Heritage Land Bank. It has a wider function than that. The function of acquisition is really responsible to the Parks Department. And this is indicated in the staff recommendation. I don't disagree with the concept of the more aggressive acquisition program for greenbelts in the hillside. In fact, I support it. But I don't support the concept that the program should be targeted at the Heritage Land Bank inventory of land.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, reading this, I don't see that it's that crisp of a direction to the Heritage Land Bank. It just lists a variety of ways it could be implemented, and that's using diverse resources such as wetlands mitigation funds, that's one. Private land trust efforts, that's another. And another one of these possible methods is through HLB-initiated land trades. So I think it's a good goal, and it lists just a few of the resources we have available to achieve it without mandating necessarily.
Okay. Mr. Isham?
I will be supporting this, and I think it's good to identify the Heritage Land Bank as an agency that can do this simply because they are funded and they are in a position to swap and trade lands, small parcels and things like this that would perhaps be located along streams and things like that for perhaps larger parcels that they have that could be developed. So I would suggest that it's a good approach. The parks generally are underfunded typically, whereas the Heritage Land Bank may have more funds to do something like this.
Okay. I see I have Stacy Dean, Bruce Phelps, and Nancy Pease in the queue again, but I'm going to acknowledge Mr. Weaver first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. The function of the acquisition program is a good function to leave in the plan, but directing which department should do that shouldn't be in the plan. If it is the department, it probably would be Parks Department. HLB has not historically been the prime department for these kinds of things, and we would suggest that it not have a department listed in there, but the acquisition perhaps stay.
Okay. Mr. Phelps.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand what the Heritage Land Bank is. In a way, what it is, it operates as a trust, and it has responsibility to the beneficiaries of the trust, which are or is the people of the municipality of Anchorage. It has a wide-ranging mission, and to impose upon that mission by the acquisition of a Greenbelt acquisition program is probably not consistent with the overall responsibilities of that trust. I mean, I'd have to see the ordering and the legislation, but I got to believe that they have to manage their land for long-term economic benefit for the citizens of Anchorage. Now, it is possible for them to manage in part for an acquisition program, but I think putting the entire onus of responsibility on an acquisition program for the Heritage Land Bank is inappropriate, and I guess more than that, I think it creates the wrong perception. The correct perception, and I agree with this, is that you need to have a Greenbelt acquisition program. It needs to be an aggressive one, and that should be the policy we make here, not identifying the Heritage Land Bank as an entity that is responsible for it, because it's unlikely the Heritage Land Bank is going to follow through in this recommendation. This is creating a level of expectation that's very unrealistic.
Okay. Ms. Dean.
I'm not going to support it either. I believe that the Heritage Land Bank isn't the right place. I'd like to leave it just open, potentially for parks or some other department. I just don't see the connection.
Mr. Weddleton?
Sorry. It surprises me because when we've looked at some cases recently, we looked at a Turnagain Arm plan, and the Heritage Land Bank had a large area of land that would be mostly end up being parks land. When we looked at a site-specific land use study in the Eagle River area behind the McDonald's Center, a good portion of that would have been designated as park area or open space. And they had some acreage, kind of an in-holding in Chugach State Park that they would also maintain as parks land. And then even within this plan, when we talk about certain trails head, it takes advantage of Heritage Land Bank holding. So it seems to me most of my involvement, my time in the commission, has been Heritage Land Bank having active involvement with parks land acquisition or trades or development. And I believe isn't Section 36, is that Heritage Land Bank land now?
Okay.
Yes, I think so.
Mr. Morrison?
I think in spirit, I agree with what is trying to be accomplished here, but
Is your microphone on?
it is on. Am I not loud enough?
Oh,
Am I better?
better.
Thank you. Anyway, in spirit, I think I agree with what's trying to be accomplished, but I would agree that the Heritage Land Bank is not the place to try to do this. I don't think it's our position to be directing the Heritage Land Bank for their acquisitions and policies, but it is our position if they have lands and what we can use them for and what we suggest for. I think I'd have to agree with staff that this isn't the right place to put that, and so I can't support the motion on this one.
Okay. Ms. Pease, will you be?
Yes, just briefly, I wanted to say in response to Commissioner Phelps' comments, what the Heritage Land Bank was, it was unrealistic to expect them to take up this mission. I'm afraid, I feel it's more unrealistic of the Parks program. But given the concern, I wondered whether it could be acceptable if it were either or. Then it's, if it's a near-term implementation goal, one of them or the other would be expected to pick it up. Either Parks or the Heritage Land Bank. I'm afraid that if we can assign this to the Parks Department, it's DOA. And so as a compromise, I'm offering to amend my motion to say within the Parks Department or the Heritage Land Bank.
Okay.
And if nothing happens, that gives the public a chance to rattle either cage.
Mr. Weaver and then Mr. Phelps.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. One more time. Basically, on page 12 of 36 of your handout, if you just eliminate create a repair greenbelt acquisition program within Heritage Land Bank, that would be appropriate. The rest of the language is appropriate to stay. It leaves it up to the administration of how to effectuate and implement the goals and recommendations out of this plan. It's strong language in there and it's sufficient, but for the body to be directing a department to implement or effectuate without knowing the constraints of those departments is just not appropriate.
Mr. Phelps?
I would just like to echo what staff has just mentioned. I think that the concept of acquisition of greenbelts is an appropriate concept, and it's appropriate particularly in the hillside area. My opposition was not to the concept. It was to placing the responsibility of the Heritage Land Bank. I think Mr. Weaver's suggestion of just eliminating the first sentence gets to where you want to go, because you can look at, the second to last sentence, and it basically talks about the diverse resources that can be utilized to actually effectuate this. So I think a simple solution would be just to eliminate the first sentence.
Ms. Pease?
Well, as a linguistics matter, then you have a policy that has a background statement.
Mr. Phelps? And at the rate we're going, ladies and gentlemen, we will not get this done tonight. Mr. Phelps?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think about words right now.
I got a suggestion.
Oh, yeah.
Create a riparian greenbelt acquisition program, period. The acquisition of greenbelts, and continue on.
It's okay with me.
Will that make that you grammatically correct enough, Ms. Pease?
I guess I'm looking to others to see if that's a direction they could support.
It's a halfway step.
It's a halfway step. Try it. You know what the alternative is.
All right.
Would you concur with Mr. Isham if we had a proposed motion that just said, create a riparian greenbelt acquisition program, period, deleted within the Heritage Land Bank, and then continued on?
I'll take half a loaf.
You'll take half a loaf? Okay. Mr. Phelps?
Fine with me.
Okay. Now, is there any more discussion on the motion? My turn. I don't talk often, but I will talk briefly on this. I couldn't have supported it as it was earlier because I agree the mission of the Heritage Land Bank is really to make money for the municipality. It's a trust position, and its main purpose is to generate income for the citizens of Anchorage. But I feel very strongly that the people that live on the hillside deserve to have a greenbelt system like the folks in the Bowl do, with the Chester Creek greenbelts and the Campbell Creek greenbelt systems at some point in time. And there should be a planning mechanism in place to at least start thinking about the acquisition of property for that. If there hadn't been people that had the foresight to do that in the Bowl many years ago, it never would have happened. Never would have happened. And this is a start with a policy statement like this to get it into the Hillside District Plan, and then when other park plans and such come up, there's an incentive to start including it in those planning documents as well. So I'll be supporting it. Mr. Phelps?
I don't have anything to say.
Okay, Ms. Pease? Nobody else?
No.
Okay. Are we ready to vote? Is there objection? Hearing none, that amendment is approved. All right. We are now on LU 16H. Is this one going to be quick? Ms. Pease. Oh, Ms. Pease.
Yes. Well, let's see, to try to speed things up, I edited a version of this, which is on the third page of what I handed out to you, because I knew you'd want to look at the language. I want to delete the word Southeast Park District Planning, because we just had a change of administration, and I don't know if the Southeast Park District is going to continue in its current form, and again, they are perennially underfunded. So I was proposing to change what staff wrote. To put us that we establish priorities and implementation methods. And then this would be policy 6A, and in Appendix B, the responsibility would include HLB, MOA physical planning, parks, watershed, in consultation with Fish and Game or other natural resource specialists. So the intent again here is to advance parks planning to a number of different agencies in the hopes that there can be a collaborative effort and something will actually get done.
Okay, you want to put that in the form of a motion, Ms. Pease?
Yes, Madam Chair. I move to add policy 6A as follows. Establish priorities and implementation methods to meet deficiencies in neighborhood and community parks, develop natural resource and greenbelt acquisition programs and funding, conduct additional greenbelt and natural resource inventory planning, and enhance built green infrastructure system. And then when policy 6A is listed in Appendix B, the responsibility would be for HLB, MOA physical planning, MOA parks, PM&E watershed, in consultation with ADF&G or other natural resource specialists.
Okay, and Mr. Fredericks seconded it. Do you wish to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, yes. So it'll be in the findings.
Okay.
Once again, there are established documented deficiencies in neighborhood and community parks, and there have been policies intending greenbelt and open space acquisitions since the 2020 plan was passed. And perennially, there is no money and no prioritization to do this. There's been one Southeast Park District strategic plan. Apparently, it was never adopted. There's a glossy map and photo, and it's apparently not official policy. So this is a little push, a little boost to get some of this planning so valued by the public done by a collaborative agency effort.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, I disagree with adding the policy 6A the appendix B, designating responsibility. I don't think that's our place. I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay. Mr. Phelps?
I guess my concern is that we're establishing, like I show, a work allocation priority for somebody inside the municipality. And I'm wondering what the position of the planning department is in this, because it's probably going to end up with the planning department. What I don't want to have inside plans like this are recommendations that kind of look good, but are not going to be followed through by the administration. So I can get some sort of reaction from the administration on this.
Madam Chair, Mr. Phelps, if you had the language, the narrative language that spelled out the intent of what you're trying to accomplish, we totally, fully support that. We would include these agencies in this process naturally through that process. So I don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
I guess my question was, would the administration actually allocate staffing funds for a study or a plan of this nature?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Phelps, it's a matter of priorities. If this is in the plan and if this is one of the goals and objectives of the plan, as we go through the work plan program, as other departments do, it would find its place in the work program where it can be fit. But it's a process that we go through annually. We take the adopted plans, we see which ones have the highest priorities for implementation, and we move forward with the resources that we have.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton?
I'd just like to clarify on this after Commissioner Dean's comment on the proposal to add to Policy 6A and Appendix B the various departments responsible. That actually continues the pattern in that appendix, which is goal then policy, and each policy that's listed in there has with it the list of the implementing agencies. So this is not anything new. It's actually basically what that appendix is all about, is saying what we'll do and who will do it.
Okay, people disappeared out of my queue. I guess nobody else wants to talk. So, it sounds like there's objection to the motion, so we need to vote on the screen, Madam Secretary. That motion passes. Okay, now we move on to LU 16I.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I move to add to Policy 14A, which spells out the responsibilities of this proposed future Hillside District entity. I propose to add the list of built and green infrastructure, or drainage/green infrastructure is the way that it's worded. And in discussing LU 16-1, we can also knock off D14 because it's the same word changed in a different part of the plan.
Okay, so we're basically going to be, when you make your motion, then we need to somehow deal with D14.
Oh, let's see. Did I get that right? Yeah, D14, page 6-8.
Okay.
So it's part of page,
Okay.
part of D14.
So you actually need to make a motion.
All right. My motion then is to add the word green infrastructure as noted on page 13 here of our issue response, and also on page 17 of our issue response, in the last item indicated by a hyphen, this would be to establish a new hillside, cross out the word drainage, management, I should say funding and management entity to be parallel to our 14A. Funding and management entity, and then continue the sentence, to manage and finance roads, drainage, green infrastructure, watershed protection, and aquifer recharge, and continue with that policy.
Okay.
And if I may speak to the motion?
Okay, now, I had something,
Oh, built
yes, in
green infrastructure.
right.
Sorry, Madam Secretary, Madam Scribe, Ms. Graves.
Yes, you had built hyphen green
Green
infrastructure.
infrastructure.
Okay, and that's been seconded by Mr. Frederick. Now, would you like to speak to your motion, and that's both to LU16I and D14?
Okay, and actually, I think in my draft here, I inserted the words help to before finance, so help to finance. Staff objected to this because it says it's not correct to state that the management entity would manage and finance all portions of what is recommended for built and green infrastructure. Well, that's also true with the trails, for example. There's no intent that the funding and management entity would take on all the funding for all the infrastructure. There's no intent to exclude sources of public funding. Just the intent to authorize this future hillside entity to raise and spend funds on built green infrastructure in addition to drainage and trails and so forth. Because some of the built green infrastructure is pretty well integrated with the drainage anyway. But I didn't want to have a situation where this entity was challenged that, you can't put that riparian corridor on there because it looks more like green infrastructure than what we think of as drainage. So I'm just trying to give latitude to this management entity.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
I need some clarification here. Do you have wording that makes it clear that this management entity is not responsible for all built green infrastructure?
Yes. Right now that sentence says to manage and finance roads, etc. And I would say to manage and help to finance roads, etc. Because I don't think the entity is going to manage and finance all the trails either. There are going to be some trails that, the municipality might help to buy them because they're part of a regional trail system, for example.
Okay, and then on D14, this doesn't address all of D14. It's just that 1, 2, 3, 4th bullet would apply together?
Yes.
So this would not dispose of the entire D14?
That's correct. I'm fine with all the rest of D14. I would just make the parallel wording changes to policy 14A.
I had a small issue on D14.
Well,
so I didn't want to...
We'll not totally dispense with D14. It was just similar issues.
I'll support this, but with a little caution that we don't want to load too much work on this very tentative funding mechanism.
All right. Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, I am not going to support this motion either. I prefer staff's recommendation and their wording. I think it puts too much burden where it shouldn't be.
Okay. Ms. Pease.
Well, I would hope we took care of the issue of burden by saying that they will help to finance built green infrastructure. Because I think the plan has been careful to wed drainage into green infrastructure. We're going to try to deal with some of this drainage, not just by funding culverts, but by funding some wetlands that we retain or some drainage swales. So I think this gives the hillside funding and management entity the latitude it needs, and by adding the words help to, we're not implying that they're going to pay for everything if there's some regional or downstream benefit to what they're trying to do.
Okay. Mr. Morrison.
I'm not going to support this amendment, just mainly because I guess I'm having a difficulty. It appears as if we're trying to create another layer of management within the department to try to run that. And I think that we have the facilities and the people and the process there already. So I'm having a tough time trying to understand why we'd put another layer to go in and try to manage that. And maybe you can help me understand that. Maybe, and with that, I'd like to get staff's comments on that too.
Mr. Weaver?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Morrison, we don't object to the language that's being proposed here because this is a structure that hasn't been formed yet, and it actually gives clarity to what's being proposed, so we have no objection to it.
Okay. Mr. Phelps?
Well, I guess what I'm concerned about is a similar aspect, which is, seems like we're putting all our eggs in one basket. And yet I know from my own experience that a lot of the parks, green belts, greenways, what are you talking about, or a variety of things we're talking about, are done through permitting actions and a whole variety of things that don't really involve acquisition programs or even the management of this particular entity. I guess I don't necessarily object to the concept of this. What I'm concerned about is replacing all our eggs in one basket here. I don't think that's what you want to do.
Okay, last word, Ms. Pease.
Yes, to respond to Commissioner Morrison, my proposal here is, I'm not the one introducing the idea of the Hillside District Funding and Management Entity. That's something that staff strongly supports, that the Citizens Advisory Council has endorsed. The idea being that the Hillside District needs to start raising some of its own funding and taking care of some of its drainage and roads issues in this bigger regional-wide area instead of these little LRSAs with lots of unmanaged areas in between. So I'm not proposing brand new this entity. I'm just proposing to help refine the list of what it would take on. And this would have to be proposed as some kind of, not corporate entity. It would have to be fleshed out and voted on by the people of the Hillside before it could take wings. I'm just helping to define what its responsibilities might be.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue, and since there's objection, we need to vote on our screens. That motion passes. Okay, so now we're at LU 16J.
Madam Chair, this looks familiar.
Yeah, that looks familiar. I think we just dealt with that one.
If we need
like
to be
it's a
parallel language,
duplicate.
yeah, in 14, then staff can bring it into consistency with what we passed for 16F.
Oh,
Could I clarify?
yes.
The section in the implementation chapter under which this was proposed is really for development standards. It's an area where we're proposing different development standards. This is a program that we've already just adopted as part of a new policy 5D, I believe it was.
Okay.
So it's, in my opinion, it's redundant, but also out of place under here. But I would maintain that we've already created the policy to establish a Greenbelt acquisition program.
So we just need to adopt it.
So we would not adopt what is suggested under the committee recommendation and just suggest no change.
No change. So you would recommend we do nothing. Ms. Pease?
Agree, Madam Chair. That's the staff
Okay,
recommendation.
so I'll just X out that one. Right, we're going to act like we didn't hold that at all. We don't have to do anything with it.
We didn't take any action on
We
it.
didn't take any
Any
action.
action one way or the other.
No action.
Madam Chairman, I would speak a little bit about LU 17. I know we talked about it before.
Yes, we have dispensed with it.
Okay. The other thing I want to say is that I don't like the wording fragmentation. Fragmented habitat is one of the worst things that can be done for wildlife. That's not exactly an artful statement. I think that you want to say a little bit differently than that. Fragmentation of habitat is certainly something you don't want to occur, but maybe it could be phrased differently.
Well, why don't we let the staff deal with that? I really am hoping that we don't get into serious wordsmithing tonight unless there's a bad, something bad. What, for fragmented habitat, can you think of something better?
Yeah, I can make up a mess.
We'll come back to it, and we can probably agree on something if it's quick and it's not a whole lot of work. Okay. D17B. Oh, no, we had D14. There were more issues to deal with.
Is there a note on D1?
D1. I don't have D1 on my list.
D1 referred to the preface, which we
Yes.
followed up at the end.
We already did that. Yes. And so D14 we are going back to because Mr. Weddleton had some issues.
I actually had a question for staff on that, and it's on the second bullet where it said lots with disproportionate amounts of developed impervious area. We had, in discussions in the committee and previously, talked about use the number 15%. Would that work? And that was rejected. So what would disproportionate amounts equal?
Disproportionate, the second.
I think, I don't know that we have a clear answer. I mean, the recommendation is to avoid putting a concrete number down.
Are you still thinking, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, yeah, I can understand that. I think there was a good discussion why 15% in a word, but then that leaves it so wide open, is this even useful to have in there if you can't? I understand the intent, but if someone, how do you know when it's disproportionate?
Madam Chair?
Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair. I'm wondering if the concept might be an unusually high percentage of developed impervious area that would enable staff to come up with what a typical percentage of impervious area is on a suburban or rural residential lot. And then if a site plan came through that had a much higher percentage, they would apply the standards to reduce runoff.
What would you write in there?
An unusually high percentage in lieu of disproportionate amounts. And so therefore, for example, if a school came through and they wanted to pave 70% of the lot, the staff could apply standards that would help reduce runoff from that parcel.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
We'd be okay with that language because by saying unusually, what was the language?
Unusually high percentage.
High percentage. We can actually establish a baseline and then, come up with something. But simply saying 15% at this point, we don't know, we have no idea if that's high, that's not high, if that's appropriate, not appropriate. We're trying to leave some latitude in this recommendation.
Right, I understand. 15%, I said there was a discussion of why that wouldn't work, and that accepted, but then without anything, it left it even with an additional problem. But so I'd make a motion then on this one to issue D14 on the second bullet, change disproportionate amounts to an unusually high percentage.
Of developed in
and then continuing on at developed impervious area. Correct.
Okay. Would you like to weigh in on the motion? Thank you. And Mr. Isham seconded it. Now, would you care to speak to it?
Well, that adds a little more clarity to it. I think the phrasing disproportionate amount is wide open and hard for anyone to interpret. And an unusually high percent leaves some latitude, but at least gives some indication of where eventual ordinance would point.
Okay. Mr. Phelps, I have you in the queue. Is it with regard to this matter or something else?
No, I don't want to speak. I'm going to withdraw my question.
Okay. And Mr. Weddleton, you just spoke. Mr. Fredericks.
Thank you. So this reads as if there is no standard for the amount of impervious area. Is that correct?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Weddleton, actually there are standards. The design criteria manual does have standards for this issue. I think the consensus of the group was that to give additional clarifying language as to the concerns as to how that would be calculated. The language is acceptable to us, but the design criteria manual really is the basic tool that we would use here.
Okay, I guess I've got to take your word for it, but I guess if there's standards, then how can a lot have an unusually high percentage of impervious area if there's a standard?
And Chairman, Mr. Weddleton, or Frederick, the standard is for runoff. I mean, we have to evaluate the impervious surface to determine the quantity of runoff and the quality of runoff. So those standards are codified. They're in the design criteria manual. This language is clarifying additional guidance for the implementation of the design criteria manual. Now,
okay.
Mel is here. She's the expert in the area. She was on the committee. I was not part of that discussion, but this was the committee's recommendation. If you have additional language that...
No, I'm just asking a question, and I will...
You're going to stop.
I will quit asking it now.
Okay. I have no one else in the queue. So, is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, that amendment passes. Okay, moving on. We are now at D17B. Okay, who pulled that?
I did.
Okay, Mr. Phelps, it's all yours.
I'm not sure I understand what the committee recommendation is. The application of ordinance is not limited, overruled, or negated by the establishment of a 50-foot stream setback. I'm looking at that, I'm saying, what does that mean? So perhaps somebody can enlighten me.
Through the chair, Commissioner Phelps, the area-wide rezone is the document that this is referring to, and there was a recommendation, and perhaps I'll defer to the member of the committee that actually made it, but there is, I believe, some language in that ordinance that talks about the additional creek setback because of its adjacency to the wetlands in the area. And that doesn't go away. That's still a requirement if it's an identified wetland. And so I think staff's response is that it does simply just add confusion to spell out that ordinance.
And my concern is I don't know what that's trying to do. So perhaps somebody could describe what it's trying to do.
I could speak to that briefly.
Okay.
I believe this came up, the citation of this ordinance in public comments. So this was an effort to provide information which was a concern. And so, you know, I don't oppose having it in there. I didn't see that there was a problem with it. At worst, it's redundant, but it highlights something that most people would not be aware of. And then while I'm on the mic, I got a question. Staff response says see final sub-bullet in D18. And is that a recommendation that sub-bullet would be included as alternative wording?
No, it's just a statement of fact. In other words, just to elaborate for the benefit of those that aren't as familiar with it, we establish stream setbacks, but if a stream runs through a wetland, then it can actually be required to have a greater stream setback, and that's handled through designation on the wetland management plan.
That's my recollection, is that the 65-foot setback derives from a wetland requirement from the wetlands management plan. And if the 50-foot stream setback, I believe, is a Maintenance Creek setback. That's 25 feet on each side, but, you know, it's been a long time. Is that correct? Yeah. The statement here is just not correct, okay? And besides that, I can't figure out what it's trying to say.
What do you recommend, Mr. Phelps? We need to dispense with this issue.
Just don't do it. Just
don't do it.
Just don't do it. If I can't understand it, you know, that's a sign that there could be a problem here. And I worked on this sucker.
Okay. We don't, no action.
Now, if somebody wants to describe what, in fact, the ordinances provide for, the staff description, as I recall, is actually accurate, derives from the wetlands plan, and the other requirements derived from the stream maintenance ordinance. So if there's some need to clarify where the authorities come from, you can certainly do that. But it's a different type of description than what's provided here.
Okay. Well, the one thing we're not going to do is sit here and write something tonight.
Yeah, what I would propose is to delete this recommendation.
Unless someone has very specific language and it's short, but we can't author something there.
So would we do this through a motion then?
Yes.
Okay, well, I'd make a motion to, on issue D17B, accept staff's recommendation.
Okay, and it's been seconded by Ms. Pease. Do you care to speak to your motion?
I'll just briefly, it appears to me that the intent of this addition is already met just by the fact that the wetlands plan is still in effect. So it's not necessary to make this change.
Okay.
If you ask a question of clarification, are you suggesting that, because the staff response is really a clarification of the situation, are you suggesting that there be an explanation provided as part of the HDP?
I'm sorry, I think they gave an explanation, and I think the response is no change. No, it doesn't say that explicitly.
No, it doesn't.
That would be my intent, though.
That there be no change.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, then that's, okay. Huh? Yes, maybe if you could just amend your motion clarifying what that, the intent is.
I'd amend my motion to state that on issue D17B, there'd be no change to the plan.
Okay, Ms. Pease, do you concur? And could you turn on your microphone?
Yes.
And Ms. Pease said yes. Okay. And Mr. Phelps?
That's fine.
Okay. Is there any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. Now we're moving on to D18. And who called this one?
Did I did. My screen hasn't gone back to
there. Okay. All right, Ms. Pease has made a motion, and I don't have a second. Mr. Weddleton. And your motion is?
Well, Madam Chair, I thought that our committee recommendation was clearer. It established a hierarchy of protection measures. Staff felt that it was out of place, so I guess to speed things along, I would go along with most of staff's language, but I would ask for 2 additional changes. The committee had noted, if you're looking at page 629, under the protection of watercourses, first item setbacks, there are 2 sentences there that are clearly background. They're not policy. And I would like to move those 2 sentences up under the heading protection of watercourses so that the setbacks standard then begins, minimum setbacks for watercourses are, and then it continues. And my other proposed change, which I hope will be relatively uncontroversial, staff has proposed to amend the second sub-bullet there with this new language, which will replace, I believe, the current language. I would just say, instead of calling it alternatives to setbacks, if we could call it protection of tracts along watercourses. If I, to speak briefly to that, if it's called alternatives, it sounds almost as if it's second best. And what staff is saying, what the committee agrees with, is that the best thing, even better than setbacks on private parcels, would be tracts that are held commonly or publicly. And so by deleting that alternatives to setbacks, I think gives this a little bit more status and emphasizes that it's a preferred or appropriate, even if setbacks are already required.
Okay.
So what was that alternative reading to the alternative setbacks?
Just put in staff language, which they've given us on page 20, but put in protection of tracts along watercourses. And if you have slightly different wording, that's fine too.
Well, so instead of alternatives to setbacks, you put protection of tracts.
Protection of tracts along watercourses.
Okay, and this is the staff's language on page 20.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Phelps?
Well, I guess I'll go along with the recommendations, but I was supporting the committee recommendations, actually, because I think that what we had worked out was pretty straightforward, and you can understand what's being said. So I guess I'll support the motion, but...
I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
Well, okay, I mean, my preference is what we came up with.
No, Madam, I move to approve the language that the committee came up with.
Well, Mr. Weddleton, did you concur with Ms. Pease withdrawing her first motion?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and now you're seconding the motion she just made, which was to approve what we have originally here in D18, which was what the committee recommended?
I am.
Okay. Is there any objection?
Well, I have a question for staff, just to address their comments.
Okay.
On this, the staff comment says the language is not fully accurate. Can you indicate where it's not accurate?
I think the main comment was directed at the fact that this section is about establishing development standards. And some of these things that are intended to be, listed are not solely standards. They can be acquired. There's a number of ways to implement them. So it just seemed to be out of place, and we wanted to capture the ideas by as Ms. Pease, I think, was noting before, suggesting that there are other ways to protect our water bodies aside from setbacks, and we thought we had captured it succinctly in that one paragraph. I'm not sure. I think at this point we'd probably be fine with either.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, my machine is not working, so there should be the capability of request to speak. It doesn't come up on my machine.
Well, I'm seeing you on my machine. I just acknowledged you.
Okay.
You
All right.
have the floor.
Okay, I have the floor. What I guess I'm trying to get across here is that, to me, the wording that we have developed is actually quite straightforward, and I think does express the way that land managers actually do try to protect streams. The best way of protecting stream corridors is through retaining it in some protected status, and the highest protected status is publicly. Second to that is going to be something where an entity retains it. And the third aspect, this is setbacks, which really are our existing ordinances right now. So I don't see how this is inconsistent with our development standards. It seems like it pretty much mimics our development standards.
Okay. Are you speaking in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Pease.
Yes, we worked hard on this as a committee. If staff feels that it's acceptable in comparison with the alternative language, then I encourage the commission to adopt it. It has a clear hierarchy, and I think is clearer in calling first for retention of the tracts and then the setbacks.
Okay, is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that is approved. We move on to D22. Okay, who pulled that? I need someone in the queue on this one to make a motion, or whoever brought it up.
That might have been me.
Okay.
I pulled it partly to verify with staff that it's everything in the August 31st issue response is also done. So the recommendation here is in addition to the previous recommendation. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I believe it is, and they would appear to read, as pretty separate issues. But I think that one of the parks issues, one of the land use 16, whatever, and I'd have to go back and look at it, but it actually went back and incorporated this language from D22 into it. So you have incorporated the D22 language in that section. You'll see that the recommendation in the issue response is from it's talking about the land use chapter. So as soon as I get that citation, I'll let you know. Then what this issue is referring to is, or what the staff response is addressing, is the suggestion to move the timeline of establishing basically a development of a natural resource protection plan and inventory, that it be done in a 4 to 6 month timeline, which we find not realistic.
Okay. Well, I'd move on issue D22 to accept staff's response of no change to the timeline.
And it's been seconded by Ms. Pease. Mr. Phelps?
I just want clarification. Can you state again what you're suggesting? You want to maintain the 4 to 6 month timeline?
No, that was the committee's recommendation, and staff's response was to leave it at 1 to 3 years.
Okay.
So I support staff's response which is basically no change in the timeline.
That's right, and I found it. It's LU 16D. If you refer to that, which you've already approved, you'll see that in that text there is a language that you see in the D22 from the original issue response. So we're not losing that language, and yes, we are not supporting the 4 to 6 month timeline.
Okay, thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that is approved. The next item is R1, Part A.
Our screen is recording the vote still.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're ready to go. We finished D22. We're now on R1, Part A. Ms. Pease.
Yes, Madam Chair. We're well over halfway. I would like to propose a language change to this R1A description of special study area on page 21. And then I have a couple changes to small letters A, B, E, H, Q, and T. With regard to the special study area, I didn't feel that the staff write-up quite captured what the committee discussed as recorded in my notes. So I've provided slightly different wording on the handout that I sent to staff. The important changes that I wanted to make is that there would be the studies would look at some alternatives, specifically with regard to the exact alignment, load function, and phasing. And that this specifically would address the site conditions and the impacts to the surrounding road system as well as to the surrounding neighborhoods. And I wanted to make sure there was a page that this is going to go on in addition to the map text. Or in addition to the map. I didn't come up with a page number.
Okay.
But I think page 4-3 would probably be suitable. And then I thought it's also important at this stage to explain, we only have 3 special study areas, but to capture why these are special study areas, and I didn't see that staff had provided that. But the public has provided lots of comments on these particular areas. We discussed it in committee, and so I've proposed language that would explain the special study areas And I'm going to pass out the one that I forgot to write up, which is the quote-unquote legacy point, so-called legacy point area. And I can read it into the record, or commissioners can read it. Mr. Eischen.
Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, can you tell me why you've included the name of a subdivision in this? It sort of, I mean, what if this subdivision doesn't happen, or if it changes names, or if it's totally different in how it's subdivided? By calling out a particular subdivision, do you think that's fair to include this in this statement?
Through the chair, Commissioner Dean, I share your concern. That's why I put it in quotation marks. And let me just read that sentence. I did not call it the Legacy Point Collector, which is how it's been referred to in committee discussions. I called it the east-west connection from South Golden View to Lower Potter Valley Road. The road will need to be designed to serve as a collector for new development in the, and I put Legacy Point area, but I would be happy to define that tract any other way, especially because we've heard that Legacy Point Development Consortium had defaulted and it's gone back to a previous owner. But the reason I used that is we had before this commission a couple of years ago a plat for 100 and some acres there, in which there was a collector road that was to be paid for in full by the developers of Legacy Point. So that's why that particular collector has gotten the sort of sobriquet of Legacy Point. But it's quite likely that it won't be Legacy Point. So if staff has another suggestion, that's fine. I didn't intend to make anybody uncomfortable with that.
Through the chair, might I just add, if you want to use Commissioner Pease's language, just add the word the existing Legacy Point area. It may change in the future. It's just a description for today, and it may change as a different subdivision in the future.
Okay. Any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Weddleton?
Just a couple points in here. Now, this is a fairly big issue here. You have this, you want to break this up? Because then there's a number of individual roads to be discussed as well.
Yeah, but wasn't going to pass or propose to pass all of R1 Part A. I was just stopping here to see if the commission could approve a little bit modified definition of the special study area, the inclusion of 3 explanations of the special study area, and then that one bulleted item, north-south road connection from Bainbridge to DeArmond, was a note that Mr. Wilbur agreed with. It's not a special study area, but the timing of that project is contingent. So I wanted to stop there, and then as I said, when I started talking, I also had specific concerns with small letters A, B, E, H, Q, and T, and you may well have some others.
I wonder if we could just break this up, then we could do the definition of special study areas in there, because it's really a different discussion to hit each of these roads.
Okay.
And I would support the changes here. I actually had notes for something similar. But you still retain 3 bubble areas, is that correct? And the Bainbridge Diamond is not a bubble area?
Correct. The north-south road connection from Bainbridge to Diamond is just a note that the committee and the traffic planning director wanted to include.
I wonder so it doesn't dangle out there by itself. Can we just call it a bubble area? And that's just a fairly simple issue there.
That's fine with me. I'm looking to Mr. Wilbur.
Through the commission, I think we could do it either way.
Okay, I did.
Then I would move that it be a 4th bubble area with this very limited intent that the bubble has to do with not making that connection until Diamond Road curve is realigned.
Okay, is there any further discussion on the motion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. Okay, what other changes do we have proposed for R1 Part A?
Through the chair.
Yes.
Looking at our staff, E1, page 21.
Just a minute, we have to get our screens reset. Okay. All right.
Small letter A says our road west to Elmore, but our road runs north-south. So that should be, I think, 104th west to Elmore. Remove a secondary road, but show on map as a gray line for likely connection during future subdivision process. Do I take these one at a time?
Okay. Where's that one? I missed that.
It's in text. It's on page 21 of our current issue response. If you go down near the bottom of the page, there's small letter A, discussing the Abbott-O'Malley Road area. And then the first sentence under there says, our road, west to Elmore. But correct me if I'm wrong, but I think our road is showing as north-south.
It is north-south.
So I think this discussion in committee was east 104th from our road west to Elmore would be removed as a secondary road. I think that's the intent. It could be a subdivision road, but it's not projected to need to carry a lot of additional traffic because that area is pretty well built up. I'm getting a nod from Mr. Wilbur.
Okay, next.
The next one is B. Placer Place, west toward Elmore Road. Retain as a local connection, and I just wanted to add, but not as a secondary connection, because that's the way it's currently shown.
Okay, where was that again?
Same page.
Okay.
Just below the 104th that we just talked about.
Right.
It's
okay.
draft recommendations. Plus, you see it now?
Yes.
Just after retain as local connection, add the additional clarification, but not as a secondary connection.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess the 104th is currently, it's shown as an existing connection, and the intent was to make it a dashed line so that it's showing as a future connection for subdivision, possible subdivision. Maybe I need to get Mr. Wilbur to clarify. If it's not going to be a secondary connection, does it even get the dashed line?
Through the chair, I think to be consistent on the map, the only ones we're showing would be those that are primary, secondary. So if it's going to be a local subdivision street, we would not show it as a secondary street or a dashed line.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
Not on that particular one, except E. Well, E. I mean, we're still in this R1A.
Right, E.
On E, which is Birch Road, which currently doesn't come through to DeArmond, the committee's recommendation is in that last sentence, and it needs to be clarified. Right now it says, show the existing segment of Crestview Drive between Birch and DeArmond as the primary route, which we agreed to, and I think we should add, leave the southern end of Birch south of Naknek as a trail and potential subdivision connection.
Comment from staff on that?
Through the chair, if I could, Commissioner Pease, on this one here, I think to show it as a trail connection is accurate, but not as a local street, because it would basically create a double-fronted lot. So I think just a trail connection is what we were looking for.
Okay. Then as a trail route.
Okay. Anything else in R1 Part A?
Yes. K, item K. Just to clarify, Potter Heights Drive, let's see. Oh, under K, that second item, it says Steamboat Drive, in parentheses, Stewart Homestead Road. Reduce it to a secondary road. I would add the words east of the intersection with Steamboat Drive. Because parts of Steamboat Drive are still, I think, some kind of connection. Just grabbed it. Yeah, parts of Steamboat Drive are still intended to be a primary connection, but in the part that we're now calling Stewart Homestead Road, it's secondary.
Okay.
And I think the last one is item Q, that we haven't already covered. Item Q has to do with the 140th Avenue, where it extends into Section 36. The staff recommended keeping that connection in accordance with the recorded plat and Section 36 master plan. I don't have the recorded plat, but the Section 36 master plan is not done. It hasn't even been put out for public review. So, wondering if, and this is a loop that hasn't appeared on the long-range transportation plan. So I'm wondering if it's premature to call out that alignment. And if you're looking on your map that Mr. Wilbur handed out, if you look north of Clark's Road, it's quite a long loop of probably a couple miles into steep terrain, a lot of which is Section 36. So I guess what I would propose is there's connection to remain subject to approval of the Section 36 master plan.
Well, it still has, if there's a recorded plat that reflects any roads, it will, or right-of-way for roads, it will certainly have to abide by those. There's probably section lane easements out there, for sure, I would think. What does staff recommend we do with this one so we can move on?
Madam Chair, staff would recommend you keep the line on the map.
Okay, that we leave this alone?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Question for staff. If this Hillside District Plan doesn't amend the long-range transportation plan, then was it a relatively easy matter to adjust this alignment if the Section 36 master plan says, don't bring it around that ridge, realign it?
Through the Chair, Commissioner Pease, it is. I think through this planning process of Section 36, if they come up with a different alignment, decide to get rid of that dedicated easement and reroute it for another location, I think that would definitely be acceptable. We just want to show the connection.
Madam Chair, I'll then withdraw this change to item Q with the record showing that Section 36 master plan may have some influence on the alignment of this dotted line shown on the Hillside District Plan.
Yep. And there'll be a public process for that. Okay. There are no further proposed changes for R1 Part A. Anyone else? By the way, there's no second to Ms. P's motion. Thank you, Mr. Isham. Are there any other proposed amendments to this motion? Hearing none. Are there any objections? Hearing none. Those are approved. We move on now to R3C. On page 25 of our issue response statement for tonight. Who pulled that one?
Well, it sounds like me.
Yeah, it sounds like you. Looks like you, too. Okay.
All right, I'd like to move on R3C that we accept the committee recommendation.
Okay, and Ms. Pease has seconded that.
Just a couple points on this is, gravel, good quality gravel roads are all over the hillside and are very acceptable to people. On the survey, let's see where I've got my notes here. The Hillside District Plan survey, there's a lot of support for gravel roads. In general, people are happy with their roads. They separated in that survey people who are in rural and urban areas, and people in the rural area define themselves largely by being on dirt or gravel roads, and they were also happy with them. So in the interest of supporting neighborhood character, that's clearly an important aspect. Staff's issue with that is that they found that gravel roads cost more to maintain than paved roads, and also that there are issues with dust. Now, with this change, we'd be limiting gravel roads to roads that would have design speeds of 25 miles per hour or less, and would not have more than 100 ADT at full build-out. So 100 ADT is roughly 10 houses. So this is for very small groupings of homes. The traffic would be minimal. And my experience on the hillside is that good quality gravel roads with that little bit of use take exceedingly little maintenance.
Okay. Ms. Dean.
Through the chair, I do agree with staff that gravel roads are more expensive to maintain, and this particular description is really fuzzy, and I don't think it's right. You have 4 new or existing roads. Unlikely is another fuzzy word to use. Further future connections. It's such a fuzzy description. I don't think it's fair to use in this description. I'd prefer to not allow the gravel road situation.
Okay, Ms. Pease.
Yes, I will be supporting this. I think that gravel roads are something strongly, the choice that Hillsiders value and would like to retain. And My experience with low traffic on gravel roads is that often you have a tree canopy that shades them, the soil's compact, they stay moist, you get sort of a compacted dirt surface, and there can be very little dust, especially with low speeds. Some of the most charming corners of the hillside are places where these little gravel roads remain. I go out of my way to explore them sometimes. It's, I think, a matter of acknowledging the choice that of rural character that people on the hillside cherish. And as far as defining where there are unlikely to be future connections, I think that's actually fairly possible it is possible to do it because there are strong terrain features and wetlands and so forth on the hillside. For example, the cul-de-sac that I'm on, it's been determined by the planning and traffic people that the terrain is too steep to connect it up any further, and you can count the number of lots down each side and you know what the traffic volume is going to be. And there are other places on the hillside, particularly because it's the hard to develop land that's still there, where you can see that you can only connect it up in a limited fashion. So I think this is a chance to be responsive to the public.
Mr. Morrison and then Mr. Phelps.
I'm inclined to agree and support this, but I have a couple questions, and I think that I agree with what Commissioner Pease is saying. We heard in the testimony a lot about the local residents liking their gravel roads, and even to the point where some of them wanted to have the asphalt removed and have their gravel roads back. But I guess the question I have is should it be our position to be dictating the speeds of the gravel roads, or what kind of gravel and the standards up there, or is there some other standard? Maybe the other commissioners can help me or staff can help me if there's other standards that have been set there where we should be dictating that in this particular document.
We don't have the capacity to dictate speeds on roads. Only the traffic engineers have the capacity to do that. We just this committee recommendation just has that the only time this could apply would be if the road had a design speed of 25 miles or less, an hour or less. But I will allow staff to respond to you. Who wants to respond to Mr. Morrison?
I will, Madam Chair. Mr. Morrison, the first question about the gravel standards on how they're set, they're established in the Municipal Design Criteria Manual when they were allowed. I believe that I know the existing updated Design Criteria Manual does not allow gravel roads. It has paved streets or hot mix streets and then recycled asphalt or strip paving. You can do that. It's basically a hard surface right into a shoulder. So that is the reason why staff has strongly recommended that we have a paved or strip paved surface.
Okay. Thank you. I have Mr. Phelps.
Well, I guess I'm concerned here about the situation where the Commission may be recommending the development of standards where the administration has already taken the point of view or the perspective that standards of this type are inappropriate, and there's already existing standards inside the Urban Design Manual. What I'm hearing is that the standards are already set in the Urban Design Manual. The standards appear to be appropriate, and the municipality intends to continue those standards. Am I getting this right?
Madam Chair, Mr. Phelps, the current subdivision regulations allow gravel streets in the rural areas. The Design Criteria Manual has standards for that type of street. The preference is to have paving over the top of it. The proposed Title 21 changes also propose strip paving for these rural areas. It's an air quality issue. It's a maintenance issue. There are pros and cons on both sides of that, and Ms. Pease made the case, and well as Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Morrison. But the proposal that you have here, basically, it's a discontinuous array of streets in that area. And we know we have significant drainage problems in the hillside. The paving of the street's not going to materially make a great deal of difference one way or the other, although it will have more impervious surface. Two basic reasons. We think the long-term durability of the street is better if it's paved, and the air quality standards are better.
So what I'm gathering is that the municipality has thought through this issue and has made a determination in terms of how to proceed with the paving of the streets in the hillside area. So, my understanding is that the existing subdivision regulations allow for gravel streets, but the design manual is calling for strip pavers, some alternative approach to that. And that has been thought through by the municipality.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Weddleton.
Well, following up on that, I believe the municipality did think through those standards, but we have in this plan direction from the public that they should rethink those. And as we've newly taken on the idea of context-sensitive solutions and accepted that notion for this plan, I think it's a very clear indication from the opinions of Hillsiders that the context of the hillside should allow good quality gravel roads. And what this recommends that there be standards developed for them. I mean, there are dirt roads on the hillside that probably shouldn't be there. They should be improved. But there are gravel roads that are very high quality, don't have dust problems, and take extremely low maintenance. So this just recommends that those standards be developed to maintain, Hillsiders' desires.
Okay. Any further discussion? I would like to offer just a couple of comments. I appreciate the fact that both our first our subdivision standards do allow for gravel roads, which tells me the municipality acknowledges there may be instances when gravel roads are appropriate. And then we have our design criteria manual, which has standards for urban roads and streets. But I don't consider the hillside urban. It's different. It has a different character, just like Eagle River does and just like Girdwood does. And I do believe that there are areas where gravel roads would actually be preferred than paved roads. Certainly when it comes to resolving some of the drainage issues and drainage problems that have been on the hillside. And they're definitely from a quality of life. So I think the people have clearly spoken, and it's time we probably start listening. So I think this is an appropriate standard, and it's with that small volume, I don't see it being a problem. Mr. Phelps?
Yeah, I'm not going to support the motion. I guess the reason why that I'm concerned is, and I appreciate the public has a particular point of view, and one of the reasons I asked staff if they thought about this issue is because staff has gone through the same listening process to the public, and what I'm getting back from the staff response is that even after listening to the public, you've thought it through, and it still makes sense to proceed a particular way. And, I don't think it's appropriate for the Planning Commission to sponsor specific design standards, particularly when the design professionals don't support that. As a practical matter, we can make this recommendation in the plan, but it's not going to be followed through on because the municipality has already decided, its approach to this particular area. So I'm not going to support for those reasons that I mentioned.
Okay, Ms. Pease.
Yes, I will be supporting this motion. In response to Commissioner Phelps, staff, I believe, takes direction from the plan. So if there's a plan in place which allows limited construction of gravel roads, I think staff will be responsive to that. I see this as an issue that's very important to the members of the Hillside as a quality of life and rural character issue, and the public's been very outspoken on this, so I will be supporting this motion, and I will also add the experience that has been mentioned here, that well-maintained gravel roads with low traffic and often with tree canopy to keep them damp do not necessarily produce noticeable or significant dust.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue. We have objections, so we need to use our voting machines, Madam Secretary. That motion passes. Do you have it recorded? Okay. Moving on to the next, which is R3D, right below it. Ms. Pease.
Excuse me. R3D, I guess I had this as similar to R9, which I wasn't sure where R9's language was going to go, and so this issues in R9 and R3D are similar, and I'm not wed to this language in R3D if R39 is R899 slightly revised, so I don't know quite how to handle that. I would ask if I'll do it this way. Could we come back to this R3D after we talk about R899?
Okay, let's do R3E, and then we'll jump back. R3E.
Yes, I think I'm sure I moved to accept the committee recommendation for R3E.
And I need a seconder. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Okay. Would you speak to the motion?
To speak to the motion, we just have one extra sentence in there, which carries forward the idea of emergency-only gates along some connections. This is because the committee supports connectivity, especially for safety and emergency purposes, but there are instances where, including the one cited, Luna Street at Prominence Point, where there is a lazy, winding collector street that serves a new subdivision, and there's a shortcut that could go down a low-density neighborhood road were it not gated off by a fire gate. Because the new standards for roads on the hillside require these lower grades, there are going to be other instances where the driver in a hurry is not going to want to follow the winding road, but is going to want to take that quick emergency connection. And it just seems to be a high impact. The emergency-only gates mitigate impacts on the smaller, lower density, lower standard roads.
Okay. Is there further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. So we've dispensed with R3E. Now we'll move on to R8 and R9. Ms. Pease?
Yes, I don't have the screen, but I'll go ahead and make a motion.
You have moved, and I have a seconder with Mr. Isham.
Before I plunge into my motion, I wanted to ask staff, and I was just trying to go back and see where this language would be inserted into the plan. So maybe if staff can help figure that out. I think it's related to Goal 9, page 4-4. My proposed change to this, I have printed it out in my notes to you, but I don't want to do that first sentence, which is kind of background anymore. The change I want to make is to say that the roads management entity, they're on the second and third line, will coordinate plans by the Alaska Department of Transportation and the MLA Traffic Planning Department. And then I wanted to add a final sentence, so I'll just continue, including prioritizing funding requests. Such coordination and funding will not occur until Policy 12A to form the management entity is implemented. Because of that, because we don't know if this management entity is going to pass in 1 year or 2 years or never, I wanted to add a sentence that says, until the management entity is in place to coordinate the phasing of major road upgrades, there is a general intent to avoid new public projects that increase problems on substandard parts of the road system. This does not impede private funding of road extensions. And if I should go ahead and speak to my motion.
Okay.
If you look at the map Mr. Wilbur handed out to us, I can show a couple of examples of this. In the southern part of the plan, if you look at Brewster's Drive, there is a proposed new connection. It is through, it's on a steep subalpine hillside. If that were to be put in with public money, that new connection, it would spur development on that whole flank there. And the roads there in that Bear Valley subdivision and Brewster's Drive are extremely substandard. They are, there's some very steep grades, I'm going to say well over 12%, 15% at least. They're potholed, they have drainage problems. The circuitous Brewster's Drive route is very potholed, higher elevation, so it gets drifting snow. You would it would be, in my judgment, irresponsible to use public money to put in a new section of road there that then fed into the substandard sections of road. So if a private developer wanted to do it, fine, but this would be a policy that in general this wouldn't be a publicly funded road because it's out of sequence. It's not phased to minimize impacts and to be an efficient extension. Same thing with the roads in Upper Potter Creek Valley. They feed into very substandard roads. So to private developer wants to fund them, fine, but if it's public money, the connecting segments lower down the hill need to be put in first.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, I totally don't understand what you're saying. I just really, Ms. Pease, don't understand where you're coming from. I don't see a lot of public money spent on roads like this, considering the shape of so many of the other existing roads on the hillside that are in such bad shape. I can't see public money really being spent to extend Brewster's Drive. Can you explain that a little more?
Well, in the quirky world of road funding, there are often these surprise projects because of good lobbying, for example. Mountaineer Drive was a successful lobbying effort by one of the community councils. That one doesn't, it feeds into Rabbit Creek Road, so it doesn't constitute, in my mind, a detached or piecemeal segment. But some of these roads would possibly serve a park entrance, and so someone might make a successful lobbying pitch to get part of the road in, up in the new subalpine area. And my concern is that you have to look at the downstream effects. You need to start building up the hill and not go all the way to the top and then expect the trickle-down effect. And I don't know if you've been in the upper hillside. For example, up there to that Steamboat and Stewart Road area, you have to wind through very steep dirt subdivision roads to get up there. Before the road is paved to the back of the valley, there need to be connections to bring that traffic down to Golden View safely and in a way that doesn't, funnel right through the neighborhoods. And the same if you've been in Bear Valley. You need to improve the roads approaching that dash section before you do that dash section. But, we get East 48, it was a state appropriation. Then the city and the state had to scramble and come up with, was it East 48th or Dowling? I can't remember. Anyway, there have been other instances where someone in authority positions got the money, plugged it into the system, and the system wasn't ready for it. So that's what this is trying to avoid.
Did that answer your question, Ms. Dean?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. Any further comments on the motion?
I just wonder if you could back up and clarify again, because you took some wording from your R3D and applied. Is that correct?
Let's see. I need to flip back to R3D. Well, R3D sort of got at the same issue.
What I'm working off of is the 3-page document that was distributed by Ms.
Okay. I asked to come back to R3D after we decide this, R8 and R9.
Right.
And if R8 and R9 can go on under Goal 9 on page 4-4, it could, I dropped issue 3D, which goes into a lot of detail about specific road problems. This is more of a general intent statement, and I think it's probably more appropriate.
Okay,
So-
got it now. Thank you.
So I'd just like to focus on the language that I put in my
And
notes.
just as a point of clarification, Ms. Pease, you eliminated the first sentence that
Yes.
starts with "because there are large undeveloped tracts."
Yes.
Okay. Is Mr. Morrison?
I think that in trying to read and understand what you're saying and then read what the committee recommendations are, the committee recommendations sound like it's pretty solid. I get a little bit nervous when we start saying that we're going to restrict, or we suggest the restriction of public funds to be used to build a road in that particular area sometime in the future. And so I guess maybe I need a little bit more clarity before I can support that. I do support the committee recommendations, and it looks like staff concurred with the committee recommendations. I'm just not sure the additional wording is appropriate for us. Maybe you can help me to understand that a little bit better. I don't know why we'd want to restrict the possibility of the public participating in building a road there.
We don't. We like publicly funded roads, but in phases. And so the idea is not to leapfrog a new section of road into a remote area and then let the effects of that sort of catalyzed development spill into the neighborhood subdivisions that are
Wouldn't that kind of happen naturally?
Well, not necessarily. There could be a legislature, and I gave this example, but I'll try it again with a little different angle. There could be a legislator who, clever, sees an opportunity to get a road extended to Chugach State Park, but it's only for 2 miles where no road now exists. And that's what the money covers, and that's the way the project is scoped out. Unfortunately, there's 2 miles or so of subdivision, zigzag, 12% grade roads to get them like Toilsome Hill Drive, for example. That would be an example you'd want to avoid. You wouldn't want to leap over Toilsome Hill Drive until you had a chance to build that properly.
So just for clarification, and so the additional wording you have in there, I guess what I heard is that it would limit public funds to be used to do that, but private funds could be used.
Yes.
Yes.
And this feeds in with the idea, two important comp plan concepts. And one is to make efficient use of existing infrastructure, and make optimum use of existing infrastructure. And then, the other is just the general concept of compact development outward from the core areas that are already developed.
Mm-hmm. And where it really gets problematic is when you have the infrastructure also that is leapfrogging and you're having to build, instead of building the other infrastructure contiguously, you do it patchwork, and so it costs a lot more in the long run.
And I understand that, but let me just suggest a thought in this process. So let's say we go along and the infrastructure in the lower tracks get developed properly, and then we start pushing up towards that. By passing that wording in what you're saying, would that not restrict the ability to be able to grow into that as we actually grow into that part of the hillside, or that can be used then?
Well,
or is there a mechanism where we can go back and correct that so that at some time the public funds could be used to build the road when it's appropriate to do so?
Thank you for that question. The way it's worded is that you don't want to increase problems on substandard parts of the road system. So in my mind, if you've already upgraded the subdivision on the lower hillside that you want to bring traffic through, then it's no longer substandard, then go ahead and use your public funding to build the next segment up the hill.
Okay, so your wording would provide, as long as it is to standard or above substandard fields, then it would be okay to use public funds?
Right.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? At all? Well, since there is objection, I believe we need to use our voting machines again. Okay. That motion is approved. Did that take care of both our R8 and R9, Ms. Pease?
Yes, and I do not want to hold R3D unless anyone else hold it.
Did you need to revisit it, Mr. Okay, so that is off the table. No action. So now we are at R15, R16. And these are tables.
Wait for a motion.
I am,
Okay,
and you're in the
go.
queue, John, and Nancy has seconded.
Okay, in regards to issue R15 and R16, I recommend that we approve the committee recommendation.
Okay, and would you speak to your motion?
The committee recommendation in particular recognizes our approval of a gravel standard and adds a column to the table proposed by staff that provides for that. It also, provides a lower level of development for areas that have a lower level, a more rural area. And I think all this, the committee recommendation is more in tune with the desires of the community.
Okay. Mr. Isham?
I'm just curious as if you ran this by the engineering folks to see if these standards are feasible and reasonable and everything else.
I actually think that the committee recommendation is closer to what's in the public hearing draft than the more consolidated version by staff. And the addition is this a gravel standard for roads that get very little use. So there aren't any standards in here that don't already exist.
Okay, so
Just
you
like them,
you just modified stuff that existed?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. I just have a question about the widths of the surface widths, and have those changed at all? I'm just kind of concerned about adequacy for emergency vehicles. Mr. Wilbur?
Through the chair, the widths that the commission's is suggesting, these widths would be the same as the ones we had proposed, so they are adequate.
They are adequate, both the 20 and 24 feet?
That's correct.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, those are approved. Now we are now at T3. And I need a motion. Thank you, Ms. Pease. And seconded by somebody, I hope. Mr. Weddleton.
Madam Chair, these are specific trail issues, so I'll try to go fast. The first bullet, now looking at page 30, yay, of 36. The first bullet, staff has confused Little Rabbit Creek and Rabbit Creek. And I believe this one references Little Rabbit Creek, and therefore should read that the trail should be maintained east of the Buffalo alignment to the existing trail easement that continues from Golden View east. And then delete the reference to 142nd. That's over by Rabbit Creek.
Okay.
And the second item is the second bullet. This was a committee discussion about the proposed parking lots for eventual vehicle trailheads for Chugach State Park. And I think this is what the committee decided. I've written it down on the notes I wrote up. I would add to the description of the vehicle trailheads this language: the proposed vehicle trailhead locations for Chugach State Park access are on HLB property relatively near the park boundary. These will remain the preferred access sites unless more suitable vehicle trailhead sites are acquired in public ownership.
Okay, that's part of your motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Then got a little out of order here. Fifth bullet, the committee agreed to show a short pedestrian connection on Chawa Circle on the trails map. And I'm suggesting this was a primary connection. Staff's response, let's see, am I on the right bullet? Yeah, a third bullet, I'm sorry. Third bullet.
This says fifth bullet.
I know. I'm looking back at the page 30.
Is it supposed to be the
Should be
third?
third bullet, yeah. Staff didn't show that on the new map they handed out, but that's what the committee recommended. And this is just a little tiny section, if anybody wants to see it, from Stork Park, cutting across the old Rabbit Creek alignment. It keeps people off of about a quarter-mile section of Rabbit Creek Road. Connects down to the Rabbit Creek Greenbelt Trail. Does staff remember that?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we would concur.
Okay.
Now, fourth bullet. The Mullen Trail falls into that same category, the Legacy Point Collector. It was relocated into a subdivision that probably won't happen. And public had asked to keep Man Trail in its current approximate location or condition, and I believe that's what the Potter Valley Land Use Analysis Study also recommended. So that's what I'm suggesting.
Okay.
And my last recommended change on this list under T3, if you skip on down to the 9th bullet, and I don't have this written up in my notes. The committee had asked about restoring the gas line trail. And we explained in committee that this is not the gas line that comes down through Chugach State Park. This is the gas line lining that cuts across the lower hillside. And it's was realigned on our trails plan. But some people, public commenters, questioned why, because that existing gas line is already quite a wide swath. It's already an established social trail. It seems like additional disturbance to realign it parallel but 100 yards away.
Could you clarify where that is?
Yeah, you have to look on your map 4.4. And if you can find, there's a P for a parking area at Tyview Drive down near the old Seward Highway. See that?
So this is one that comes off of Potter Valley Road heading north, is that correct?
Yes, if you drive up Potter Valley Road, there's some smashed down gates where four-wheelers like to go up onto the gas line trail. And so if you look on your map and you find that P for the parking area at East 176 near the Word Highway and Old Seward Highway, and go just a little bit east, there's a dotted red and yellow line, which is existing gas line trail. And it's been relocated to a blue trail just parallel to it. So it's both of them are private property, and I'm not sure why that small change was made, but maybe staff can explain why.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could very quickly, if we, and staff does not object to restoring the gas line trail because you'll notice there's a blue line right next to it. So we will take the blue line off and then restore the gas line trail so we don't have two parallel 100 yards apart. So that would be fine with staff.
Okay. Is there, Mr. Weddleton?
No, I'm not.
You're none. Is there further discussion on the motion? Is there any objection to those changes? Hearing none, those changes are approved. So we are now at T22. All right, Mr. Phelps.
I'm the person that identified this one as being an issue. The trail we're talking about here is actually inside Chugach State Park, and the recommendation from staff is to drop the words previously adopted / planned trail. It kind of raised the question of, well, what is that trail that remains that's in yellow? And for the state, it is not a trail, it is a route. A trail is a facility, it's a sustained trail standards, and we have to put quite a bit of money into it in order to actually bring it up to proper standards. A route is an area that people use that we don't anticipate putting a lot of money into. So we don't object to the route that's shown here, and we would prefer to call it a route according to CSP standards.
Okay, would you put that in the form of a motion?
Yes. In the case of the map that shows the state park area and specifically a trail within that area, I move to accept the staff recommendation to drop the wording previously adopted /plan trail and to substitute wording route as defined in Chugach State Park Plan.
Okay, and I need you to push your button for making a motion, and I need a seconder. Thank you, Ms. Pease. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Yes.
Madam Chair, if I could, that on the map, that previously adopted planned trail, that and the legend it's also referenced and important to other trails on the map, not just the one on the southern boundary. I have no objections to showing it as a route, and we could add another key to another line to the map if we're going to show this trail, and just show it as a route. And Commissioner Phelps, if you could just give us some guidance on to the extent of that trail you want us to show as a route. If it's the entire length from there all the way around the bottom, we'll make those corrections.
And I have a map showing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, that is approved. We're now on W-1. And who?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I put this one because I thought it was important to vote on it. This would be to allow on-site cluster systems for small tracts, whether within the Hillside District Plan area, after policies under Section 13 are implemented. Currently, staff advocates these within the hillside, only outside the AWW perimeter. I've proposed some slightly different language in the handout I gave you. Important point would be that a proposal for an on-site cluster system located within the AWW perimeter of public sewerage would be subject to a determination through a site plan that the sewer extension would pose greater disturbance to terrain, wetlands, or bedrock than the cluster system.
Okay. If you're putting that in the form of a motion, you need to make a motion.
Sorry. I couldn't push that when I first started to speak.
And Mr. Isham seconded it. And do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, briefly. I'm putting this forward in response to the public concern that there are parts, within the proposed perimeter of sewerage, there are sensitive areas where, because of bedrock and a lot of surface drainage or seepage, the deep trenching required for sewer line extensions would actually be more disruptive to the landscape than a cluster system, provided that cluster system wouldn't involve as much disturbance to the land. AWW met with the committee on this, and other members can correct me if I'm wrong, but there's no need for a minimum load on the AWW system, so we don't need a certain density. We wouldn't be depriving other customers of hooking up to the AWW. But this would enable a sensitive design in keeping with the natural setting, which is a comp plan policy. Site-sensitive design would be, there'd be some more alternatives for site-sensitive design.
Okay, Mr. Phelps.
This is an important issue, and we had a sort of discussion on this at the committee. I wonder if the staff can speak to this and capture some of the comments made by AWW.
Mr. Phelps, through the chair, I'll do my best, but I think we didn't ask AWW representatives to be here because I believe they had an opportunity to speak to the issue on August 31st. I believe their primary issue was twofold, their objection. And first was the notion of having a certificated sewer boundary and not being confident in the technology itself. So feeling that AWWU ratepayers would be responsible for potential failures of these systems, and that they'd be responsible for them feeling that this is an unproven technology and one they're not comfortable with. The second one had to do with having competing methods of systems within the same boundary. And I think the way that I heard it is it did have to do with financing. It did have to do with the ability to extend and service an area, that if there are areas within the boundary that are able to opt out of sewer service in order to pursue community-wide systems, that in the long run it does create problems for AWWU to provide service to an entire area. So I believe those were the two main ones that they had, and if others recall other points that were made, that'd be great.
I'm trying to recall the conversation, and what I can recall is that, at least in part, is that they were concerned that if other types of, if on-site systems were allowed inside this area, that would call into question their certification before the APOC. You remember that part of the conversation?
With the Regulatory Commission of
Regulatory Commission, yes. Mm-hmm.
It's quite possible, but I don't recall the specifics of it.
Okay. Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, I will not support this. I didn't support it before when we discussed it. I don't believe in a homeowners association being able to be responsible. So many of them are set up, they're underfunded, and I'd hate to see AWW or some other entity have to step in and take care of it. There's no vehicle here either for when you buy a home that the system is tested and shown to be properly maintained. I think public sanitation is very important, and there's so many problems already with septic systems on the hillside that have gone to holding systems or other major problems. I just don't want to see any more wells get contaminated in Anchorage.
Mr. Weddleton.
Actually, I will be supporting this. We did hear that there were issues with the RCA, but it was with developments of more than 10 units is where it became an issue with the water utility. This also recommendation does make it all subject to proper regulatory standards, which are discussed in greater detail in the plan. So there would be none of these neighborhood systems until the regulatory regime was worked out.
Okay. Any further discussion? Since we do have objection, we're going to need to use our voting machines. I will make a note for the record. I will be abstaining because my law firm represents AWWU, and I feel it's not appropriate for me to vote one way or another on this motion. Where do I? Oh, you already put me in. Okay, great. Thank you. That motion passes. Okay, so that takes care of W1. Now we're moving on to W5. We took care of that also. Okay. I1. Getting close. Ms. Pease.
Yes, Madam Chair. The committee wanted to, again, enhance the road policies under Section 9 to by bringing into the text the infill and redevelopment policies and transportation efficiency policies of the 2020 comp plan. So I would like to propose that we vote on the committee recommendation.
And, okay.
Which is on page 35.
Okay. And I need a seconder to the motion. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. And any further discussion, Ms. Pease?
Yes, just so that it's on record as findings. The comp plan speaks very strongly about infill and redevelopment, about making optimum use of existing infrastructure, and about transportation efficiency policies. We've already recognized this with our decision on Fair Creek to increase density in a sort of an infill pattern. It's in keeping with this to not make it not a priority to publicly fund infrastructure extensions that primarily serve undeveloped lands.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection?
Madam Chair, I would just say that it may be possible to do both. I think that the staff recommendations adds clarity to the policy. But we can work it out later.
Ms. Pease?
Yes, if the second concurs, I would.
You would use.
I would use staff's language, but also define efficiency to include making optimum use of existing infrastructure and supporting efficient growth patterns.
Mr. Weddleton,
I
do you
do concur with that, sure.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. Now, we have one more item to deal with, as I recall, back on LU 17. Mr. Phelps, I think, would like to revisit the phrase fragmented habitat.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Did you come up with any alternative words?
What I have is fragmentation of habitat is to be avoided since it decreases wildlife movement and important supporting range.
Okay, well, first I need to ask the question whether the commission agrees to deal with this issue again. Is there any objection? I don't hear any. Okay. And now, my apologies, Mr. Phelps. If you could indicate where you're proposing a language change in LU 17 and specifically what the words are.
The paragraph that begins add wording on page 234 and 236, that, and I would take out fragmented habitat to the end of the sentence and substitute fragmentation of habitat is to be avoided since it decreases wildlife movement and important supporting range.
Is that in the form of a motion?
Yeah.
And could you please push your motion button?
Say that again.
I need you to push the button when you make a motion. Thank you. And Mr. Isham seconded. Does staff understand the proposed change?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
I would just say I think that wording came from me, and I'm very pleased to have it polished up by a professional.
Okay. Good acknowledgement, Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, now, before we all pick up and move, we need to have some solid, by that way that motion passes, we need to have some solid findings on the record for adoption of the entire plan. We've just been dealing with amendments. Mr. Weddleton?
I actually have quite a list if they're legitimate. Now, when we made our various motions and so on, we made some points. Now, can I consolidate some points that were made throughout our deliberations?
You can do whatever you'd like to do. You have the floor. And you can, say anything you'd like to do in support of adoption of the entire plan and any parts of it.
Is that a motion to adopt the entire plan, or is it just, I would say that these findings address the entire plan?
Yeah, address the entire plan as we have adopted it.
Okay.
And that includes all the times we've taken action on it.
Okay, I will do that, and I will give my list to the secretary. First, I would say that I find the plan largely in conformance with Anchorage 2020 comprehensive plan policies that are listed by staff in their June 15th memo, pages 6 through 8. Experience of development of the plan is that there has been a very good public process with quite a bit of change in response to public desires. I would like to list a couple of issues there that have been hot-button issues with the public that have seen substantial change and respect for the public's opinion, and that is, one is neighborhood commercial in the upper hillside. This is a strategy of 2020. It's accepted as beneficial in planning literature. The community found it unnecessary and out of character with the area. The plan reflects the community's desire. Lower Rabbit Creek commercial, early draft showed a substantial area on both sides of Rabbit Creek Road designated commercial. That was scaled back to the existing commercially zoned lots after public input. The Furrow Creek increased density area with PUDs allowed for parcels of 5 acres or more in existing code. The Hillside District Plan recommendations set a much higher bar for minimum acreage and design standards to increase the density to the allowed maximum. The threshold increased significantly due to public comments on earlier drafts. The BLM lot area south of DeArmond was taken out of the increased density recommendation in response to public comments. The Hillside District Plan provides strong support for continued use of on-site septic systems. The plan prevents a positive history of use, gives great details on the high cost of public utilities, and presents a well water protection plan to maintain support of the systems for the future. This is a major Hillside issue. A public survey done for this plan shows clearly that houses with on-site systems are as happy with those as homes with public utilities. The proposed changes to the road, trail, and drainage maintenance regime was heavily debated during the development of this plan. The Hillside District Plan recommendations are in direct response to public input. There were numerous road changes made over the course of the plan that were directly in response to community input. There is no direct requirement for paving and changing existing neighborhood roads to urban standards. Again, that reflects community input. Regarding drainage, early drafts did not include drainage pipes as part of the drainage plan. Those were included in response to public input. Regarding Chugach State Park access, while this is difficult on some neighborhoods in the short term, the plan responds to broad public demand. And the goal of having many access points will in the long run lessen the impact on any one neighborhood. There was clear acknowledgement in the plan that the count of the total possible build-out of homes meets Anchorage 2020 goals for the hillside under current zoning. That tally was heavily debated and reflects input from the public. The Trails Map Plan was changed in response to public input. Trails designated on private land were a concern of landowners. The Hillside District Plan has been very selective in identifying trails on private land, limiting these to provide the most critical routes linking existing and future residential areas to schools, providing connections between neighborhoods, and providing access to Chugach State Park. There are a flexible range of options to provide trails, including use of sidewalks, routes set back from streets, routes entirely separated from roads, and routes entirely separated from roads. Likewise, there is great flexibility in the routing, and the only obligation for landowners is to identify a practical route connecting points A and B, so the trails are connected to the Hillside Trail System. The conservation subdivision process establishes incentives for landowners to provide more expansive trails than is required under municipal minimum standards. The Built Green infrastructure system ensures that trails are connected between subdivisions to maximize the value of trails to residents and developers. Trails, like the roads and drainage, are a basic element of public health and safety and welfare in Anchorage. The Anchorage wastewater utility maximum perimeter of public sewer has been extended. This is a great fear for hillsiders. In the lengthy comprehensive comprehensive review of this significant change, there is an expectation that this will put an end to ad hoc extensions in the future. Some of the implementation measures described in the Hillside District Plan are already included in the provisionally approved Title 21 rewrite and updates of the Design Criteria Manual. These relate particularly to the steep slope development standards and requirements for drainage. The plan refers to those other documents and the expectation that they will change little from their status of October 2009. We found support and need for a well water protection program that will protect the hillside and would be beneficial if implemented citywide. We found new standards for on-site septic systems may be beneficial and found the standards would be beneficial citywide. The recommended changes to traditional on-site systems were changed substantially in response to public input, and the Hillside District Plan recommends the on-site board consider them. We heard that Habitat for Wildlife movement is important and that fragmented habitat is not good. We added support for a process for obtaining continuous wildlife habitat. We found that at current zoning, the hillside could meet the Anchorage 2020 goals for housing if there were complete build-out. However, the land capacity to provide housing must be greater than the number of actual housing units needed by the projection date. We approved a process to build at an increased density in the Furrow Creek overlay district, what do we call that now? Transition area, to meet 2020 housing goals. All across Anchorage, there is resistance to increased density. Ultimately, as we grow, we will need homes for more people. Anchorage 2020 sets criteria where all regions share the pain. And that was probably longer than we wanted.
Your time. Ms. Pease.
Yes, I echo Mr. Weddleton's points and would just add a couple of findings. I think the Commission tried and the staff tried to use very careful deliberation to craft comprehensive standards for the Furrow Creek area for a cautious beginning or a cautious attempt at conservation subdivision development. This will be a closely watched test for whether higher density interspersed with large lot lower density can provide permanent broad public benefits. The Commission gave a strong statement of public support to actively begin acquiring missing pieces of the Parks and Greenbelt system, which is very incomplete on the hillside, and to use a variety of strategies and collaboration among agencies to get that going. And we have policies and priorities for infrastructure that will support info and safety needs and connectivity, but in a phased development approach that will respect rural neighborhood character and will achieve an efficient incremental growth pattern.
Thank you. Any further comments? Anyone in addition to Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton?
I just want to make clear, when we discussed the LU6 about Furrow Creek, I had a list of points there. Would those be included in findings too, or can I refer to my comments in support of that and have those added?
You can certainly add those.
I'd rather not reiterate them now if they be.
Well, if they aren't, you need to just...
Right now?
Yes, briefly mention them now. They're mentioned in the form of an amendment, but you can just mention the topic now.
Okay, my comments in support of issue LU6 regarding the Furrow Creek transition area should also be included as findings.
And that will probably be picked up because the discussions on each one of our independent motions and amendments should have their own findings, and those should be pulled out and become part of our resolution. The resolution will be very large.
Okay, that's what I wanted to confirm.
Yes,
Thank you.
it'll have numerous points. Is there any further discussion from other commissioners? Well, I will just make a couple of points, and I will not repeat anything that's substantive that's been said, but I want to just reflect on the process for a moment. I remember when the idea of a hillside district plan first became an idea many, many years ago. And it remained an idea for a long time. And then folks started working on it. And that was still some time ago. But at this point in time, I would like to thank staff for all of their hard work that they have diligently undertaken for months and months and months on this project, meetings after meetings, and the public, of which only one has been resilient enough to stay until the very last minute. Mrs. Diane Holmes has stuck it out to the end, but there has been tremendous public involvement in this process, and we do appreciate it, and this has been long overdue. And we now are about to adopt and send forward to the Assembly and its action on this plan, and hopefully it will soon become adopted by the Assembly and codified and part of our comprehensive plan. If there are no further comments, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to vote? Is there any objection? Just a minute. Our secretary has a question. It did. You mean Bruce? Yes, we dealt with it. The fragmented. Oh, that's the whole thing. Yes. Yes. Any objection to the motion? Excuse me? Oh, I thought there was a motion. Then we're listing all these findings of fact on the record and we don't have a motion? Well, silly me.
You want me to read everything again?
No, I'm just going to reference it. Then would somebody please make a motion?
I would make a motion in regards to Plan and Zoning Case 2009-90, the Hillside District Plan, that we approve it as amended through our actions this evening.
And before.
And before. And include the findings that were stated prior to this motion.
I think that's acceptable, isn't it, Mr. Weaver?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And Mr. Isham has seconded our now official motion. Well, is there any further discussion? No. Any objection? Hearing none, this is approved unanimously. And now I need to ask a question. What did you think was forgotten? Oh, yes. Yes. Gentlemen, we expect to see this back with all the changes before it goes forward to the Assembly.
Yes, Madam Chair, you will get a resolution reflecting your findings of fact with an attachment. We've done this on a couple of other plans. And that attachment.
Yes, and with our minutes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, a motion to adjourn would be in order since we have 1 minute. Thank you, Mr. Frederick and Ms. Thies. Any objection to adjourn? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
Yay! I promise.